What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to A Little Dicey. My name is Salvatore Sabraca, and this is the Great Naledian Crown, Episode 7. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Sorry, we're slightly late. It's like 6:03, so sorry about that.
That's pretty good for us.
That's pretty good. Yeah, not too bad. We've got a whole bunch of fun, new, and exciting mini announcements, so we're gonna get that. We're gonna get to that right away. But like I said, my name is Salvatore. I will be your dungeon master here and forevermore until the day that I burst into, spontaneous combustion and are never seen again.
I like that you're using new ways
to die each time. Yeah. I've been watching Spike TV's 1,000 Ways. No, I'm not watching that. No, it's the dumbest shit.
Isn't Spike TV gone?
It better be. That shit was disgusting.
That's fair.
Anyways, let's Michaela, why don't we move to? Oh, actually, yes. Let's move to the wide shot for everybody, but also I want to say welcome back, Michaela. I know you're off camera right now, but we missed you very much. We're so very happy that you are back and healthy with us and everything like that. So we appreciate you, and we're so happy that you can join us. Shout out to Patrick, sweet boy, for subbing in. Thank you very much.
Although he has been recently outed as a total racist.
Oh no! Never mind.
100% true. I've seen the evidence.
Yeah. Is he a tiefling master race kind of guy?
No.
I understand.
Oh, he's all right.
He called him.
That's cool then.
He called him a turtle, and this man thinks.
No, that's not it.
Racist.
No, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking about, Patrick.
Patrick, we know you're watching.
Yeah.
Leave him alone.
But yeah, like I said, we have a couple of new fun announcements, so we're going to jump right into that. We're going to start off with Garrett with our socials.
guys, I have the same old announcements, to be honest. We have a bunch of socials, man. We got our Twitter, which will give us give you updates. We know what we're doing. You guys
Debatable. I don't know anything.
We have we're like 70% sure most of the time, which is, you know what, not bad.
True.
But it'll give you updates of stuff that we're doing. We'll interact with you on there. Someone recently actually liked a tweet from April, and I learned how to speedrun Monopoly, so that was a good time.
I don't know what that means.
You've never played Monopoly through as fast as you can?
No.
Yeah, so the idea...
Oh, okay.
Real quick, tangent, sorry.
Yeah.
The whole idea is that you never let the dice stop moving. And so, someone will roll the dice, and then the other person has to pick it up while they're, finishing up their turn.
Yeah.
It seems really stressful.
It's like when you see people play chess,
Yeah, it's called
speed
Monopoly.
chess. It's a game? Yeah, Monopoly. It's been around for a while.
We got our Instagram. It's got clips on there. It's got pictures of us. It's got all sorts of fun stuff. We got our TikTok. Now, the TikTok is not a Little Dicey D&D, which... everything else is, besides the Tumblr. The Tumblr and the TikTok are just a little dicey. Important note.
Word.
I made a really popular post on Tumblr the other day. I got 9,000 notes. I was so excited.
Whoa!
Oh my God.
There's 9,000 people on Tumblr?
It's just 5 people with the same account over and over again. Yeah.
Just a bunch of bots.
Yep.
No, that's awesome, though.
Thank you.
Yeah.
that's great.
We also have a Tumblr. I don't really know what's on
Yeah, hit up the Tumblr. It's super popular.
I guess it's super popular.
Popping off, apparently.
Yeah.
And then we also have our YouTube. So.
Jenna just posts Rule 34 of our characters
Nudes.
the whole time. Yeah. Super popular.
Is that allowed again?
Oh, I mean,
They
there's
don't
always
allow
been
porn,
on
but
Tumblr.
They don't allow porn.
there's enough to work with.
Yeah.
They do.
Jamie, if you want to actually move your mic over onto yours.
Anyway,
Yeah,
we
okay.
also have a YouTube, which maybe you're watching on, and if so, hello, future. It's got all of our VODs. It's got our talk show is on there. If you're missing the show every week, which you shouldn't, it's great to be here live. You get to participate. But if you are, you can check us out there. Or here if you're already there.
Hell yeah. Word. Thank you, Garrett.
I got
Jenna?
confused by that.
Oh, that's fine.
I'm going to keep mine real short. So you guys already know the drill. This is a live game, and you can participate in it. You can exchange channel points, which we call gold pieces, for fun stuff like giving advantages to your favorite players, giving disadvantages to that man, the Dungeon Master.
Don't do it.
Yes, you can do it. You can make any of us drink. You can save us in our time of need, rescue us from peril and death. You can make our Sorcerer Wild Surge, all of which are very fun. We love it when you do that, so please do it. We just got some new emotes of our characters. They're very cool. You can use them in the chat, but you can only use them if you're a subscriber. So you should think about subscribing so you can use cool emotes and stuff. And also because it's a nice thing to do. We would love that.
Quick note about that. We did say emotes plural. That is true. There is only one available right now, which is our lovely turtle druid Kill, holding a mushroom and smiling and grinning very, very wide. So please use that if you are a subscriber. if you're not a subscriber, consider subscribing. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can use that, and you get 1 free subscription a month. You do have to continue to renew that manually. It doesn't renew for you, but that helps out the channel. It allows you to use our new custom emotes. Our second emote, which is going to feature our devilishly handsome Kaz, Sirkaz Theani.
Thailani, what?
I sort of had a stroke in the middle of that. Sorry. Sirkaz Theilani. Excuse me. I've already finished half of my potion. So
Sirkaz.
yeah, Sirkaz Theilani. We love it. That will be hopefully getting approved soon. He is smoking a cigar, see, you know. So Twitch is like, maybe we have to review.
I gotta
that.
make sure it's not a J, you know.
Yeah.
That wacky tobacco.
Yeah, the wacky tobacco. The devil, truly the devil's lettuce, as it is Kaz smoking.
He's smoking iFolly.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
It's just some rest leaf.
Yeah, why not? It's gonna be great. We're gonna have 2 new emotes being produced for the channel this weekend, which will feature our other 2 wonderful characters. And so we'll have that next week. But like Jenna said, you can only have access to them if you are a subscriber. So please consider subscribing. That would be wonderful. So thank you, Jenna. Matt.
Yeah, I got nothing new to say. We got a Discord. That's where we hang. That's where I hang, desperately hoping someone will be my friend.
We need friends.
So come be my friend so I'm not so lonely. That's it.
There you go.
Wait. The emotes that we have for Twitch are also on our Discord.
They are also
That's
available on our Discord.
true.
Yes.
Yeah, spam kills face. So I also am not so lonely.
It is currently the only place you can use the Kaz emote too. So if you're not on Discord, yes,
Yeah.
it is exclusive
Use
right
it now while it's still sexy in the unknown.
Yes, exactly.
If he uses it before it goes live, call me.
Yeah. I'll give you a big old kiss. Thank you, Matt. Jamie.
Yeah, as always, check out our friends at Super OK. They're a really great gaming podcast. They also have various gaming streams. And also our friend Aaron, who is watchable on Twitch at Little Bog Witch.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Jamie. All right, y'all. I think that does it for announcements. Oh, I do want to say this. If you missed our Discord post earlier today, next week, January 12th, we will not be playing our episode 8 of the Great Naledian Crown. We will be taking a hiatus on our main campaign. We will be without Matt that day, so we were going to be doing Jenna's Promised Christmas one-shot that you guys funded through channel points last month. So we're going to be doing that. Jenna is going to be right here in the DM spot. I will be swapped out probably in her seat or probably just Matt's seat or something like
Just
that.
wide stance.
Oh, yeah, I'll just man spread it now, baby. That's right.
I need 2 mics.
Yeah, just double fist the mics. It'll be great. Yeah, I'll just be. Yeah, absolutely. But I will get to play for the first time at least on this channel, and I haven't played in a hot minute. I've only DM'd for a while, so I'm very excited for that. Please tune in on that. It is going to be a non-canon one-shot, but we're all very excited to see that happen. So definitely continue to tune in. We will be picking up on our regularly scheduled programming on January 19th. Cool. Alrighty.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's jump in. Why not? Michaela, give me a fucking close-up. Let's do it. Hell yeah.
I want to see them.
And there will still be a podcast next week.
There will still be a podcast next week. Yes. Alrighty. DM drinks.
Nice.
Hell yeah. You know what?
Starting off strong.
Finish.
Garrett, this potion's so good that I think I'm just gonna finish it.
I
Yeah.
have more of the Firestar wine, baby.
Oh,
Baby.
God.
Yeah.
Also, before we start, thank Auntie B for the bits.
Auntie
B with the biddy.
Thank you for the bits. Much appreciated, Auntie B.
You're the
At least
greatest.
all of our aunts.
Yes. We love you, Aunt Becky. So thank you very much. Okay. So, chat, let me know if the outside music is too loud. We can turn that down if we need to. But here we go. So, when last we met, you all had successfully uncovered the lost treasure of Captain Goldtoe and thwarted the efforts of the dastardly Jens and Emil, the thugs that attempted to kill and rob you. After collecting your loot, you set their bodies to the ocean and set yourselves on the path back towards Eodra proper. Finally arriving at the Hangman's Tavern, you quickly grabbed a seat and attempted to get a drink and some food before heading off to rest for the evening after having drained yourselves from the previous encounter. The tavern was rather busy and seemingly short-staffed. Mywin, the daughter of Hanger, the owner of the tavern, was visibly stressed and attempting to run the place best she could, seemingly by herself. Unfortunately, due to some communication issues, the lot of you were asked to leave.
That's a very nice way of putting it.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Without a place to stay for the night, a few of you debated on where to go. Eventually, you settled on returning to the King's Hand Chapel and asking for shelter, as the acolytes there are sworn to help those in need. Here, you spoke with Mother Alessandra about many aspects of the gods and deliberated with the young hand Samson about Side, the god of vengeance in particular. During this conversation, a rather macho, gnomish fellow named Yote arrived at the chapel looking for some rest and recreation.
The best place to find.
You got one of those.
He got one of those things. Indigo happily obliged him, and off they went into their designated room. The rest of you slept on the pews. Designated room, yes.
By me.
Yes. The rest of you slept on the pews. Eventually, Kill was woken by the young hand, Samson, and asked to accompany him to the cemetery, as he believes that something has gone wrong during his watch. Samson had found a tome of some sort that he had cast a dark ritual from, and feared the consequences of such ritual. Kill comforted him best he could until the wind began bringing shrill and dark voices on its back to this hallowed place. The ground shook and the dead rose all around the two. Kill urged Samson to call the chapel for aid, and it came. You all woke to the sound of Samson's cries and rushed into the fray to aid your companion. A tough battle was fought, and in the end you all stand amongst the dead in the cemetery of Eodra on the island of Moor in the middle of the night. The wind has died down as well as the night returns to an eerie silence. Mother Alessandra stands at the door to the chapel with a torch and tome in hand. She says, "What in the name of the five has happened here? Are you all right?"
I seem to be intact, yes. I don't know quite what happened. Hello. Indigo is still just fully nude, along with Yoke.
Wonderful.
Caked in juice.
Don't say that.
Gross.
Is
Wild magic surge.
Oh, God.
All of you
Okay.
100.
Naked
while he rolls,
wild magic
is
surge.
Samson here?
Samson is at the door, yes.
Can I just say, fucking finding a tome, like a magic tome, and not knowing what it is, and then doing that magic in there, that's like finding a USB on the ground and just putting it in your computer. Like, that's dangerous. What the hell are you doing, dude?
Dude, if I found a fucking
Magic
dope-looking
USB, I'd
ancient
put it in
USB, I'd put it in.
Yeah.
If you just found a USB on the ground.
Oh yeah.
I'd probably be finding like a burner computer for that. 22.
22.
This ain't no ordinary USB. This is like a ancient USB covered in runes.
Diamond in the rough.
Yeah.
As you all are sort of recollecting yourselves, and Mother Alessandra speaks to you, Indigo, you begin to feel that sort of knot in your stomach again. It's the worst times.
Stand by, everyone.
You feel a weird tickle on the back of your neck, and you sort of twitch a little bit, and you hear like an unfolding and a rustling of like leaves and branches, and you look, and out of your back, a small twig that blooms into like a few green leaves sort of sprouts out of your back, and out of your sort of torso another one sprouts like a fern leaf, and then on your leg a small little root just a few different minor bits of flora and foliage sort of sprout out of your body in a couple random places. Not too much or anything like that. It's not painful by any means. It's just sort of there. And that feeling in your stomach subsides.
Okay. There's a bunch of flowers on me, basically.
Not a bunch of flowers.
Plants.
Plants, tree
Okay.
leaves, and stuff like
Is
that.
this having a mechanical effect, or just kind of? Okay.
It's just there for right now. For right now.
That wasn't so bad.
Welcome to the club.
Oh yes.
Can I assess the plants that have grown on him and see if there's
You can
anything
make a nature
interesting?
check, sure.
Yeah.
I just pull out a cigar and just light it.
Yeah.
Can you talk to plants?
No.
Okay.
That's a 6.
6.
Sadly.
One of them is definitely a fern leaf, or fern-like stalk. I mean, it's a root. Like, you can't really discern any in particular types of things, but like, they're organic.
This seems like up your alley. I'll take one of the I'll take something on myself and
Sure.
just like sure.
Can I just attempt to harvest them?
You can make another nature check you'd like.
Pull out his bones. Like,
It's like
Oh yeah, tendons.
Can I?
careful where you're pulling
I
that.
rolled a natural 19. Can I use herbalism kit on this? Is this sort of
You can
like
certainly try to, sure.
Yeah. So this would be a.
That's where we're just
26.
like
26, sure.
like. Anyways, yes, I don't know what happened with the zombies.
You continue to do this as this conversation happens, and Mother Alessandra basically is sort of very confused about what's going on, and she sort of sets her tome like close to her chest, and
So just to be clear, whatever's happening here is not part of it. I don't. Yes, I don't. There was some. Was it zombies or is it skeletons?
skeletons and zombies both.
There were some undead here.
some assorted undead.
Did any of the rest of y'all hear the voices? Did that end by the time you guys got here?
The what?
Did we hear them?
I believe you all heard them. Yes, Mother Alessandra probably would not have, but I believe at some point towards the end of the fight, yes, you all would have. Kill 100% had.
Yes, we did.
I heard something.
Apparently we did. I've totally forgotten that. A lot of adrenaline wasn't super pain.
There's a lot going on.
I'd like to know why, for the second time today, we find ourselves fighting zombies and skeletons. Who has been messing about in the graveyard?
That's her job.
I'm just gonna look at Samson and see what like his face is saying. Is his face saying like, don't tell her, or is it just like, you know what I mean?
At this point, through the sort of wild surge that happened there, direction being turned towards Indigo for a moment, and then Cassandra's sort of mini outburst, not saying like you're throwing a fit or anything like that, but between those sort of mini interactions, you look up and you actually see that Samson is no longer there.
Oh, Samson's gone. Well, I heard voices saying something like, give the boy back to me. I mean, that's about all I know. And then that ring that you were checking out was out here, and then it disappeared. And actually, I don't know if I'm done doing what I was doing, but if I'm not, I'm going to take a break for a second, and I'm just going to try to, like, mold earth, like, dig out where I saw the book and the ring go under.
Sure. You hold your hands out and press them against the ground, and you mutter an incantation as you pull
I
bits
just
of...
exhume, like, multiple bodies, probably.
we shall see. You pull just a small handful of the dirt and the earth under you and crush it in your palm, and you all feel just a very minor quake, and you see like just sort of like a circular bit of the earth sort of twist where Kill's sort of eye line points to, and it lifts up, and you can see as like sort of the dirt is, you basically sift it in air essentially. Earth returns to the ground, and a sort of waterlogged, weathered leather tome falls to the side, and you see just a small glinting black ring sort of hit the ground as well. As you move the earth out of the way, they are recovered.
Oh shit, there's my ring.
I'm gonna go grab the tome.
Yeah, I'll grab the ring.
Sure. Mother Alessandra
So who
is just sort of aghast for a
the hell is buried here, by the way?
Those who have perished in the town of Aodra. This is the cemetery of Aodra.
Nobody noteworthy in terms of arcane practitioners, or
I mean,
how old is this cemetery, by the way?
Is as old as the settlement.
It's just okay. So not very old.
No known arcane practitioners, as far as I know. I mean, the most prominent person would be Solfred's father, but that's it.
Why is he prominent?
He was one of the great knights of the previous war. This settlement was supposed to be his to be founded, but he passed on the voyage here, so it fell to Solfred.
Do any of the skeletons / zombies that popped up? I assume some of them are still wearing some sort of clothes that they were buried in. Do any of them have any kind of like particularly, I guess, notable or nice looking clothes?
You can make an investigation check. A lot of it, even without the check, you can see a lot of it is decayed and weathered and whatnot.
Sure.
But
15.
15. On some of the zombies, you can definitely see that some of them are buried in more well-to-do, well, at least what you can assume, especially as kill. I mean, you don't really know what's well-to-do. You just sort of remember, oh...
I'm mostly looking for shiny things.
Shiny things. Some of them have, like decent jewelry around, like, their necks and, bony fingers and whatnot. Some of them just are tattered clothing and whatnot, squalid. You don't nothing necessarily sticks out to you in the sense of like, oh shit, like, what's this? You know what I mean? It's all just sort of mundane. Some stuff seems a little bit more expensive than others.
Well, that's about all I know.
You said, out of character, you did not find the book, is that right?
We did find the book was there.
Oh, the book is there. Okay.
Yeah, Kaz grabbed it.
I'm trying to read it, but it's a lot I don't understand.
Let me see. What do we see?
I sort of like hold it for hers.
You see what basically amounts to like a handful of arcane runes and incantatory writings. Make an Arcana check.
First time this dice has ever been rolled.
Hell yeah!
Sal got me these, everybody.
Hell yeah! Shouts out to Christmas.
Oh, it's not bad, I think.
They're so sparkly.
16.
16.
17.
You're not a spellcaster.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You don't
So you do not get to make this check.
This is certainly arcane. I'll say that much.
I mean, you can definitely look at it and be like, clearly, this is meant for people who know how to cast spells.
Yeah.
But you can't really go any further than that.
It's like seeing like graphs and pie charts and shit.
And be like, that's math.
It's math.
Yeah, 100%.
That is math.
But Kiss, you take a look at it, and there are, while you are not scholastically trained in the art of Arcanum, this is not lost on you because you are a practitioner, right? So you study this for a few moments, and you definitely recognize that at least one spell out of what you assume to be a handful of them. And that meaning you also sort of assume that this is some sort of someone's spell book. The one spell that you recognize is Chill Touch.
Interesting.
Which is a
It's like when you touch your
necromantic
friend,
cantrip.
but it's not got any
It's
tension
not.
in it.
Yeah. So it's chill.
chill.
It's a Chill Touch. Yeah.
Yeah, that's spellbook. I looked at it before.
Yeah. Has studied it. Yes.
Right. Weird.
If you look at this right here, that is also about a spell.
You know what's funny is that spell doesn't do what you'd think it'd do.
I have another one. Do we have
What
at the
spell
end?
was that?
Chill touch.
Oh,
You came prepared.
Oh, I'm very prepared.
prepared.
I can do that too, though. I don't really care.
Nah, that's for me.
yeah, I can do that spell.
Really?
Thanks for the DM drinks. All right. Anyways.
Will you demonstrate?
That was Michaela.
Oh
I know,
yeah.
that's what I said. Yeah, I just looked at the camera.
Will I perform necromancy in front of Mother Alessandra? Sure. I don't see any problem with that.
No,
I think we've had enough of that. Did any of you see Samson? He was supposed to be keeping watch. I don't. I heard him call, and that's why I came, but I don't see him anywhere.
I didn't see where he went off to, did I?
You didn't see. You saw him at the door, and then last you checked, he was no longer there. So you didn't see what direction he went. I mean, there's really only one direction he could go in, but
He was out here, but I don't know where he went. He was a bit shaken up.
It's hard to keep track of him when we were all fighting for our lives. From the undead, ironically.
I am just.
Is that irony?
Give me a moment. And she sets her tome down on the ground, sort of holds the torch out, and you see now that with her, you noticed them before, but they didn't really make themselves too known. But both Vic and actually no, just Vic is with her. The young tiefling boy holds the torch for her, and she begins to flip the pages of her tome. She lands on a certain one. She begins to mutter an incantation under her breath, and her eyes glow a soft sort of golden for a moment, and you all see from the book a small little trace of golden energy just sort of splits off in two directions and sort of envelops the property around, and it curves around through the iron gates of the cemetery off into the direction around the chapel itself until it's out of vision of you. And a moment later, there's a moment where that golden light just sort of intensifies for a moment and then dulls and seems to seep into the ground. And she says, she closes the tome and begins to stand as she takes the torch back from Vic. And she says, all right, I've reinforced the grounds of the King's Hand. I never thought something like that could happen here, but I've taken some protective measures that I guess should have been taken some time ago.
There's a lot of sketchy folks around here. I got caught off guard too.
That's wonderful, though. We can get back to sleep now.
Yes, sleep. That's what we were all doing.
Why don't
we
you
were all doing.
Why don't you head back inside? I'll kind of try to get this place looking like it was before this all happened. I'm pretty good at moving earth.
Make a persuasion check.
14.
14. She just looks at you. She looks at Vic. I'm sorry to have interrupted your rest, Victory. Would you mind helping our friends here? And Vic nods and just looks towards you for direction and whatnot. And Mother Alessandra looks at you and says, I'm sorry that your stay with us was less than restful. I will head inside. I'm going to look for Samson for a moment. If you'd all just keep your eyes peeled for him, I'm just a little worried. He's a gentle lad and easily spooked, so I can't imagine what this was like for him. And she just sort of hands the torch to Victory, takes the tome and sort of nods to you all and says, hand upon you, and heads back into the chapel.
He's a good kid.
And she stops.
Why are you laughing?
She turns over her shoulder and says, yes. And she continues.
No offense, Vic, but I don't really think I'm going to need your help, and I'm just kind of take like that same huge like mound of earth and re-put it in the hole that I made when I dug up the ring in the book. I'm just like, see.
Well, I can still carry the bodies and shift them around and help you best I can.
All right, sure, if you must. I'm gonna just need a minute first though, and I want to start casting detect magic as a ritual.
Sure. Yeah, a minute goes by. I mean, you all just sort of wait for him to cast this.
While he's doing that, can I just be looking around at all the headstones and seeing the names that are on them?
Sure. Go ahead and make a perception check.
All right, I will.
What's Yod up to?
Yot is sort of at the point where he's just yawning and sort of like reclining a bit, and he says, well, seems like you've all got this under control. I think I might head back inside. Indigo, you're more welcome to join me. But
Yes, I think I'll also go inside for different reasons. Let's go.
All right. And he heads back inside along with you.
I go and sit sit on the ground, like lean against where I assume like a fence is.
Yeah, you sit against the iron fence.
And just like, I'll go to bed, but I know for sure if you guys find something, you're gonna come wake me up anyway, so I might as well wait.
A minute passes. At this point, you've casted detect magic. You sense the tome in the ring and all the items that you have that are magical. That's about it.
Nothing else.
Mhm.
Okay.
I am holding on to the tome, by the way.
Yeah.
No, I know.
I
Yeah.
thought they took it.
No.
I hope
No, Mother Alessandra took her tome that she used to hollow the ground.
And the ring is still with.
The ring is still with Kill.
Yeah, I got the ring.
Just say hey to the Raiders from Control.
What up?
Hey.
What up? Thank you guys
Hey,
so much
guys.
for coming in.
It's so cool when you guys come by.
Yeah, it's so
Makes me
sick.
happy.
We really like it. We hope everything's going well across the pond.
Yeah.
It's not great here.
Somebody help.
All right. Yeah, I guess I'll just start trying to, work with Vic to put bodies back in holes.
Sure.
I mean, so they crawled through the ground, right? So first I have to kind of exhume the grave
Yes.
and then put them back. Yeah. So
Yes.
I'll start by just unearthing
Yeah.
creating the graves again.
Yeah, Vic goes about moving the bodies to where they need to be based
Yeah,
on the
just kind of
stones
right
and
in
all
front of where they are.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at names and
Sure.
birth dates and death dates.
If I can, as I'm doing that, if I can get kind of as I'm sort of just wandering around
Mhm.
doing that, if I can kind of make my way over to Kaz, so that I'm kind of close to him.
Okay.
And I'll just be as I'm casting spells, I'll just be a lot of shiny things on them folks that don't need them no more. Just saying.
How loud are you saying this?
I'm saying it I've learned enough that people seem to think that this is inappropriate, even though I don't. So I'm trying to say this pretty quietly, right next to him, as Vic is doing his thing.
Okay. I'll say make a stealth check with advantage.
So good at stealth, guys. Yeah, that's probably good enough. That's a 14.
Sure.
I'm sitting there eyes closed, and when he says that, I can just open up one. Kill. I don't know what kind of man you take me for. I feel like I'm gonna have to follow you around and make sure you're not doing anything inappropriate. So I get up, kind of brush myself off, and just follow along with him. Just making sure he doesn't steal anything first.
Word. He basically is preoccupied with moving the dirt and everything like that. You can
Yeah.
certainly attempt to loot a body that Vic has not got to yet.
Yeah, stealthily.
Gotcha. Make a stealth check.
Okay.
While you're doing that, Cassander, as you look
I'm
about
definitely, if I can, I'm definitely making more of a distraction than I have to when I'm casting these spells, because Vic probably doesn't know what it takes to cast a spell. So I'm just,
You're flinging dirt.
if anything, I'm trying to
be really
distract.
loud with the verbal.
Yeah.
component.
Sure.
Exactly.
I will allow you to make this with advantage.
Cool, because I rolled a 2.
Great.
Which
Hell
is
yeah.
fine, because I would have had a 10. Alright, that's a 14 plus 8, 22.
Math rocks.
We'll get to you in a second.
Nice.
Cassander, you look about and, I mean, what are you specifically trying to ascertain? None of these names stand out to you except for one. You see a rather large tombstone, sort of near where the end of the cemetery is marked by the iron fence. It definitely stands out between other things, and on the tombstone it reads, Sir Renfield Varbeck. And then the death date was a year ago.
Are there any halfling names?
So here's the thing. There is no such thing as a halfling name.
The halfling surname.
No.
Oh.
Everyone can have any sort of surname, so there's not really that's a halfling name. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah. If you
there are some conventions, but that's not you know what I mean? If you just saw a headstone and it said Antonio Smith.
Sure.
But
if
there's
I
definitely,
but
gnome
if I saw
names, right?
Jonathan Gumbletop, I'd know that's a gnome.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
You maybe.
But if you look in the PHB, literally my name is under halfling names.
Roscoe
I'm not sure if
Thornhill
you're.
is.
No, Garrett is.
Oh, yeah, true.
And I'm not a halfling.
I feel like Sal is
There's no
Being-
names of specifically halfling origin.
being
Correct.
Okay.
You can assume whatever you want. There's no specific name that is oh, I know for sure that's a halfling. It's just any one of these people could be a halfling. You just have to dig them up.
I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of bodies.
Yeah, there are a bunch of bodies, none of them of which are of the size that a halfling or a child would be.
Thanks.
No problem.
Sal going out of his way to not be reductive.
I'm not going out of my way. I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't expect you. The only thing that would make sense is if you saw a real world Roman or Greek name, because that is the nomenclature that is ascribed to Dragonborn in my world. There is no specific nomenclature for halflings in my world. It just happens to be that the couple halfling characters that we've seen have used the PHB usage of that, which you're taking exception to, Jenna. Obviously, Cassander is not a halfling name, so
But Osewood.
sure, but that also could just be anybody's name. So that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? There's no specific convention for that. There's another convention for tieflings, which are called virtue names, which Victory is obviously named one. But even whatever. Anyways, there's nothing that stands out to you that would be a halfling. What bodies are you attempting to loot?
So what I assumed I did was I sort of like went over to the bodies and just sort of like quick-eyed to see if there was any. Because
Gotcha. I need you to make a perception check.
I don't think I'd be going through pockets.
Got it. Then yes, make a perception check. This is not noticed by Vic, as far as you know.
That's a nat 20 for 22.
Nat 20. Yeah, you just sort of throw quick glances at some of the bodies that are left over. There's definitely like a couple, specifically two, that have like rather nice jewelry still that they were buried with. One of them seems to even be like inlaid with like an emerald. So.
And do I re-roll the stealth because I am attempting to take?
You'll have to roll a sleight of hand check.
Okay.
It's gotta be good.
It's not bad. 18.
Yeah, no problem. There's I mean unless yeah, no. Yeah, you quickly walk over and just sort of like it kind of you make it look a little bit more like you're like shifting like a body to like move it to like a place where like you're making it look like you're helping.
Yeah.
And as you go down, you sort of pass your hand over like the decrepit like weird
Squishy body.
yeah, and you just sort of slip this emerald ring off of one of the hands, and you pocket that. You'd have to make an additional check on a different body to. There is one that has a rather nice looking gold necklace around their neck,
Yeah.
which is a little bit more difficult to do. So the DC is going to be higher.
That's fair.
I didn't even see him do that, right? Because it's higher than my
Your
passive.
passive. No, I mean unless you're actively watching him. No.
Yeah, I mean, I am obviously I'm hoping that he's doing this, so I'm probably kind of looking, but I don't want to.
You can make a perception with
I don't
disadvantage.
want to clue Victory into the. So I'm not being
Perception with
obvious.
disadvantage.
Okay, with this, I gotta actually look at what the dice said. Okay. Okay. That's a 18.
So yeah, you see him do this.
Okay. Yeah. If
Yeah,
I
'cause
saw
you rolled 18, right, for the side hand. Yeah, you see.
So
him do
if I
this.
saw him take the one, then I'm encouraged by this, and I'm gonna try to make more noise and like be more obnoxious with my
Okay,
spellcasting.
make a performance check,
Okay.
or just make deception. This can be deception, whatever you roll.
It's the same.
Okay.
14.
Okay.
Boy.
I don't know what his passive insight would be, so I'm just gonna have it rolled, and he has a half decent wisdom, so I'll just +1 to this.
Okay.
He doesn't seem like he's on to you. He's just like you visibly see him go. Okay, but he definitely is. You can make a sleight of hand check with
I'm
advantage.
like, whew, not used to doing that this many times in a row. It's really taking it out of me.
I got 2 15s for a total of 19.
Yeah, no problem. Well, oh no, yeah, 19's still fine. That beats the DC, the higher one anyway. So yeah, while Kill is in the process of doing this, you slip this gold necklace off of this deceased gentle person, and you've successfully grave robbed and also set the bodies back into their respective graves with the help of Victor.
I'm helping and taking my payment for it. That's
Sure.
all I'm doing.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing
Sure.
Okay. Well, once the bodies are all in the graves, I'll cover them up.
All right, you do so. Victory just sort of. Right. I don't know if Samson's gonna come back around or not, but I guess I'll just take over until he arrives.
You noticed anything troubling him lately?
Samson?
Yeah, just
Not more than usual.
he's kind of the warrior type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's definitely... Something seems to always be on his mind. To say the least. So... Yeah, I can't imagine how, if he was caught up in all of this. Thank you for keeping him safe. This is very upsetting. I don't know. Glad Mother Alessandra was here to hollow everything. I can't imagine it'll happen again.
Yeah, we'll I guess we'll see what she has to say. And she kind of, gets over the immediate shock.
Sure. Well, you're all free to do what you like. If you need to get some rest, I'm going to do my best to sort of make sure everything's fine. So, thank you again.
Yeah.
And he just sort of walks over to the tree in the middle of the cemetery and just begins taking a look around it to see if there's anything that he could discover. He's just trying his best to be proactive. It doesn't look like he actually knows what he's doing. He's just doing that thing where it's like, all right, well, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do, so I'm gonna look busy. So
This is just a tree, right? It's not like a...
It's a mimic.
it's a tree as ever looked.
Yeah, okay.
Do you have an axe? Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. I'm ready to go in if you guys are.
As long as we don't think there's going to be any more zombies today.
That's
So many.
always a possibility.
I know. But I never thought it was before. It's my first time with zombies.
Really?
Well, yeah.
Oh.
You don't think they're just hopping around the regular countryside?
I've certainly seen them before, but...
What?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, one shape or another,
What are you talking about?
Wait, there's more shapes. What?
Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of flavors of zombie.
What does that mean?
Well, there's the still living but haven't been taken over by other, parasites kind of zombie.
But haven't been?
So a person.
No, but have been,
Oh.
Yeah.
I was like, that's just a living person you're describing.
Yeah. That's kind of
are we all zombies and we really think about it?
So that's like a kind of a live-in zombie until usually the parasites end up eating their brain in one way or another, and so then they die, and then they're kind of on a middle ground. But there's that kind. Then there's the actual, necromantic kind,
Right,
which can happen. All kinds of things that you could lump together.
Where do you see these things?
Just around.
That doesn't.
They're just living their unlives.
Yeah,
You're very peculiar.
Yeah. So are you.
All right.
When I first landed here, I looked out in a sea of just boring, and then I saw you, and I thought, that girl looks peculiar. I'm gonna go talk to her.
Thank you.
And then you came in, and I was like, that guy's definitely peculiar. And then, then the other guy came in, and I was like, oh shit, okay, we're really
we need to back up a little
we
bit.
really hit
We're going a little overboard.
some kind of exponential things happening here.
Not peculiar.
So I imagine the next guy that I meet is gonna be. Well,
Exponentially
I guess if you
peculiar.
count Ben, then we're really on kind of an upward trajectory here. So, anyway, I could do some necromancy if you wanted.
Really?
Yeah, but
Just
Just like-
non-harmful kind.
oh no, I don't know any of that.
Well, what about the one from the
Well,
book?
yeah, actually,
You do.
I do. Yeah,
You knew one.
yeah,
One.
I already cast them actually. Remember?
Did I see it?
Yeah. Remember when I kind of did my little ritual around Ben to try to keep him safe while he's resting.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's necromancy. That's not harmful.
that's necromancy.
Yeah.
That seems lovely. Why is that? Well, I guess the rest of it's banned.
Well, as long as there's kind of a extremes to anything, I would say. A lot of people think that any old zombie is real bad. I would say some zombies are just fine. Like a temporary zombie is a zombie I can get behind,
Well, if it's a zombie under your control, that's fine. That's a body that's not in use. Whatever. It's recycling.
Yeah.
Did
Right.
my accent get stronger?
I think we could all use some rest.
The more you are, the more Australian you become.
Did Victory go in? No, he's still fucking
No,
with the tree,
he's
right?
still fucking with the tree,
Yeah.
but he's not really paying attention to you.
Yeah, now that we're kind of talking, I kind of give Kaz a couple pats on the back, and I'm like, I'm proud of you.
I'm like wearing the ring.
I had this when I came in. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
It's like living someone in like Skyrim and then immediately putting it on.
Can I take? Can I get the? That ring looks good on you. Can I take the necklace maybe?
I mean, of the two, I'd rather give you the necklace.
Okay, yeah.
And that's just like.
Just like as we're walking
Hand
away.
it over.
you know?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. I think this might look good.
It does not fit around your neck.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's more of a bracelet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Definitely fits around your wrist.
Ooh, maybe an anklet. What do you think? I never had an anklet.
That would be very
Definitely
cool.
does not fit around. your
Oh
ankle.
shit. Okay, bracelet it is.
You be thick. You be thick.
I'd be thick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
got big old thighs and calves and ankles.
All right. Well, I guess we head in.
All
Okay.
right, you head back to the interior of the King's Hand Chapel. Your yes, your companion Indigo seems to be retired to his quarters, along with his new companion Yote. For all intents and purposes, if you all want to go back to sleep, we can count that. We can just sort of, for the sake of brevity, count this all as a long rest. If anybody has anything that they'd like to do before that happens, let me know.
Is Mother Alessandra in the chamber, or is she retired to her room?
You do not see her in the chamber.
No, I think I'm good. Actually, the only thing I'd like to do before going back to sleep is, can I just take another look at the map I got off Emil and Jen's, and just see if I can find anything that would lead me to some sort of origin of it? If there's any, like, I don't know, like a map maker's mark,
Sure.
or if there's, anything like that.
Make an investigation check.
Yeah.
And does anybody who's going to sleep with the tome and the ring?
I have the ring.
You have the ring.
I have
You have the tome. Does anyone want to try to spend some time with those to ascertain like any further if you could figure out what the ring does, or if you want to try to figure out what the tome is?
I'm not gonna bother. I don't know fucking magic
Actually,
shit.
Sure.
I might do that. Let me do this first.
Okay.
I'll take the tome from it.
You have to ask him if you would give that
Yeah,
up, but we'll do that in a
absolutely.
second.
Try to
Matt,
take it.
what are you doing?
I rolled a 10. Can I add my cartographer skill to this?
You don't need to
Okay.
if you're just like looking for like
Yeah.
a whatever. You look about it and there's definitely like a stamped mark on the bottom right corner. You don't recognize it.
Yeah.
It just basically looks like a small diamond with like a Celtic knot inside of it, and then there are the initials AH on either side of the bottom lines of the diamond. That's really all you see.
Okay. I assume that doesn't ring a bell.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have no idea what that is.
Okay. Does it look like it's stamped and not written? Can I
It looks
tell
like
that?
it's stamped. Yes.
Okay. Cool.
I mean, it's just so uniform that
Yeah.
I mean, could be written, I guess, but
So this is probably like, I probably wouldn't know that. Okay. Cool.
alrighty. Kiss, you approach Kaz. You guys still just have the pews in the main hall, so.
Sira Castellani,
What's up?
could I borrow that?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Fuck you guys.
I love that. Sharing is
Sure.
caring.
Sharing is caring.
We role played.
Why did you take it?
I don't know.
Okay,
I
whatever.
saw it. I was curious about what it was.
Great.
And once I've opened it and realized, like, I don't know what the fuck this is, it's useless to me.
Word.
That's awesome.
Word. All right. So the two of you are trying to ascertain what these are. So first, Cassander, you spend some time with this tome, and I guess I will have to look this up for you because you do not have D&D Beyond on you. But you find you spend some time with it, and you are able to attune to it.
Really?
Oh.
Yes. You sort of, as you spend time looking at it and reading, there's a bit of text at the sort of first page that is mostly blank, but
I can look it up if you want, Sal.
yes, please.
And then show her.
It is. You sort of look at this text that at first appears like mundane or just sort of irrelevant, and as you're sort of looking through it over time, you realize, oh, this is the title of this tome. Matt, you can look up "Tome of the Dead Reef."
Tome of the Dying Reef,
The
I assume?
Dead Reef.
Oh, there's a Tome
Oh,
of the
sorry,
Dying
Tome of
Reef.
the Dying Reef. Yes.
It's like, that can't be a
I
coincidence.
changed the name last minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
For reasons.
damn.
Tome of the Dying Reef.
It ain't dead yet.
Do you, well, I can just show you,
Sure.
and then if you want to talk about it,
Oh.
if you want to tell me anything about it. I think you're going to find this icky, but let's find out. Fuck. Sorry.
It's not there.
Sorry I broke it.
You deleted it.
It lets you
Damn.
do necromancy stuff.
I figured it would.
Maybe your jam, maybe not.
Also,
Okay.
Kill, you can take some time with, I don't know if you remember this or not, but you did pick up a mushroom from the
Mhm.
reagents. You can spend some time with that to try to ascertain more
Oh,
of
shit.
the aspects about this thing in accordance to like usage of
Yeah.
alchemy and whatnot.
Yeah, I'd
if
like
you'd
to
like
do
to
that,
also do that. So Jenna, I don't know if you want to read that or whatever, whatever you want to do with it, but
It's amazing.
you want to let the people know what it
I
does, or
do. Yeah, it's amazing. Okay, I'm gonna read the whole thing. So, with covers made of dark leather and fittings of petrified coral, this tome is cold to the touch and it whispers faintly. When found, the book contains the following spells that can each be cast once per day: Chill Touch, False Life, Ray of Sickness, Wither, and Bloom. It can function as a spell book for a wizard. While you're holding the book, you can use it as a spellcasting focus for your spells. You can also use this tome to attempt a ritual casting of Danse Macabre. In order to complete this ritual casting, you must have a potent enough conduit, a magical item of at least uncommon quality, a potent organic material, and 2 pounds of bones. Once this ritual is complete, it cannot be cast again for 1d4 days.
roll a d4
I will.
because this ritual was just recently cast.
4.
Cannot be cast again for 4 days.
Damn. Alright.
But yeah, that is the Tome of the Dying Reef, which
Welcome back.
of which you are now attuned to.
Oh,
So you got some more spells at your disposal.
a lot.
Kill. You spend some time first with your new mushroom. Go ahead and make a
I'm sorry.
use your herbalism kit, and you can make a proficient roll with that.
Hey, it's a 24.
24. You can look up the coral's friend mushroom on
Yay.
D&D Beyond.
Oh, you
Oh,
found
it's actually
it.
there.
hmm
You don't have to write that.
This counts as the coral's friend counts as an uncommon
Reagent.
reagent on your alchemy sheet.
Cool.
And for the purposes of that Danse Macabre ritual, you can tell that
Yeah.
that's why it was used for that.
Yeah, cool.
Also, funnily enough, it seems as though for that specific ritual, the mushrooms do not, or the organic material doesn't seem to be the thing that is used up in the casting of the spell. You look around, you realize that the bones
Where the
sort
white
of
was used
were
up.
like, absorbed by the earth and disappeared afterwards. So
Cool. Can I... quick point of order.
Mhm.
Do we officially gain the level after we long rest, or have we gained
it
the
is
level now?
officially after your long rest.
Okay.
Yes.
So now that I have the ring as well, again, can I just be like... say a little prayer in my head to C-Day and be like...
What do you say?
I say, so, I never really did this before, but I thought it could be fun. Was that you out there? Because that was, interesting. Didn't really seem like it was supposed to be your thing. So I'm told, but, you know, I don't want to judge. It was fine. Am I doing this right? Anyway, I like your ring. Anything yet? No? Okay, well, you know... Maybe it takes some time. Maybe it takes some time to get to know each other a little bit.
Signing off.
Anyway,
DM drinks. Continue.
anyway, I just want to say that if it's you, C-Day, that I don't think... It sounds like you are not necessarily a bad guy. And, you know, that's all I wanted to say. I hope you have a real good day. And... bye.
Make a religion check.
Religion is intelligence 15.
15. Do you speak this aloud, or you just sort of think this?
I think I'm just thinking this.
Sure.
I think that prayer is supposed to be done silently.
Yeah, sure. As you hold the ring in your hand and you just sort of project these thoughts into the realm, You finish this thought and you wait a moment and just sort of sit in the stillness of the king's hand. And you feel the ring sort of... It's generally cold to the touch. You feel it sort of not get to the point of stinging you, but you can feel the temperature of the ring drop even further. You are unsuccessful at attuning to it.
Okay.
Party drinks.
Party drinks.
Party drink.
Already drank. My drink.
Oh yeah, Jimmy. That's all right.
Cranberry rum, baby.
That's good.
Really good.
And
Wait, you gotta shake it up. You got gold in there, baby.
I know that.
Luster does.
So I was told that if I said a prayer, I'd be able to attune this. Basically,
That is
that's
correct.
what I thought.
That is, you are firmly a believer that if you pray to C-Day, you should be able to attune to this ring.
Okay.
Of what you tried to do
Yeah.
in your own way, and
Yeah.
it failed.
I say
C-Day was like new phone who dis.
we're all in the same room still, right? So I
Sans Indigo.
right. So I go. Are you guys kind of like near each other?
At some point, I actually would have gone to the altar, but I don't know how long it's been. Especially since you guys have already done the.
Supposedly, I would have been attuning, so you would have had
Yeah.
plenty of
Yeah,
time
sure.
to go to
So
the
what do
altar,
you?
yeah.
Let's say. What do you want to do at the altar?
The altar. I'm imagining like Skyrim, where they sort of have a different place for each of the gods. Is that the case?
So there's a 5 candle candelabra.
Okay.
Sort of, and each one of them, you can see there's a different color wax, so they're corresponding to the different section of the stained glass behind it and the stained glass window behind it. So that is basically representative of each of the gods.
Right. I go to pray to Von May.
Okay.
And just sort of like, I'm not getting down on my knees or nothing. It's just like a little fucking like
Sure.
head bow. And I'm being quiet to be unobtrusive. I'm not like
Sure.
hiding it. And I just go, it's a fucking cliche that I end up here, I suppose. I've always sort of accepted my lot in life. Never really asked for too much. That I couldn't take myself. If I get some sort of closure for this most recent thing, that would be great. I'll get in touch next time I'm in town, I suppose. And just like kind of leave from there.
Cool. Good to know.
Quick question. When earlier when they were talking about Octavian, did that trigger any memories for me, or I'm just curious?
No, I did not.
Okay, just curious.
Good question.
It is a great question.
Great.
It triggered memories for Matt.
I specifically did not say anything.
Okay,
but
I wasn't-
I'm glad that you're
Yeah.
asking that. Yes. Alrighty. Matt, you were going to.
Yeah. Are you still kind of having a sort of a thoughtful moment, or are you kind of like up and walking around or whatever?
It probably would have been like 5 minutes at the
Okay.
most.
So I'll just walk over to you guys and just be like, well, I feel a little rejected right now.
Rejected.
Yeah, well, I tried praying to C-Day. I thought, I never really tried it before, and I thought it, seemed okay to me. And it didn't work.
Maybe just in the wrong place for it.
Oh, you think it's like a protective thing?
She literally just hollowed the ground.
Oh, but can it block prayers?
Maybe.
To a bad guy.
I don't. Well, he's not a bad guy, but she doesn't like him. You know.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
I don't know much about magic.
You know what?
Religion.
Maybe it's sort of like something you've got to try every day for a certain number of days, and then at a certain point, he'll get back to you.
You know what I think it might be though, if I'm being honest. So this C-Day guy, like he's supposed to be kind of like a win by any means necessary, and like also I guess kind of sneaky, right? And like
Not that far.
I will do what I got to do. Like I said, I will kill a little girl if I have to.
Right.
But not to belabor the point, I feel like maybe the reason that he wasn't listening to my prayers is because somebody else here, like maybe he kind of likes somebody else.
Well, me.
You know, here, you just take this. I know you've had a tough day. Maybe you just need somebody to listen, you know?
Just be like real careful with that. You want to maybe use it in the morning?
Well, I wasn't gonna use it. I was just gonna, I suppose, put it on and
Right.
say thanks.
Yeah,
CJ.
just say hi. You know, you never know what might happen. You guys might hit it off.
I put it on and like
Okay.
just sort of hi, I'm Kaz. Suppose we haven't met.
Let's give him a minute.
And as we do, give him
Just like,
Kill
his
it.
parents, like, let's let him talk to the god of vengeance.
Yeah.
We tiptoe away.
Yeah, of course.
He's growing up so fast,
Now,
praying to gods of vengeance.
I hope you don't find this offensive, but I mean, this is something really special, and as much as I would love to use it, I mean, it's got mushrooms on it. I really think this is for you. More than it is for me.
It was glowing real bright earlier. That's real nice of you. Do I see anything beyond chill touch? If I just look at it.
You have to attune to it.
I just love how we're bonding over these like dark artifacts. Like, oh,
Here,
This is everything I wanted this
All right.
spend some time with it.
Well-
It's really cool.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, you did seem a little uncomfortable with the whole zombie thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But you know, maybe with this, I can show you that some zombies are pretty chill.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
We'll talk.
Oh, here. I give you the. Here's. You can have this then.
What?
This is a beautiful necklace that I acquired.
Thanks.
That's for you.
Does it have dead people germs on it?
Make an investigation check.
That's a medicine check.
Oh, it's not very good, I don't think. Oh, why did I flip my sheet over? 10.
I mean, it's like a little like moist, but I don't know. Maybe kills wrists or sweaty.
I just wipe it off on my dress and,
Sure.
then I put it on.
Great.
Thank you.
It looks beautiful.
Thanks. I've actually never had jewelry before.
Really?
Really? First piece.
This is the only one I ever had.
Oh, it's nice.
Yeah, until that ring, which just wasn't meant to be. I look longingly at Kaz.
Speaking of,
I hope those two work it out.
we just sort of like zoom in on Kaz for a moment. What are you uttering?
We're just playing a rom-com today.
Yeah.
I've always been more of a Von Meg.
rom-com, but with dark magic.
You know, I hear you're very powerful gold. So, you know, if you've got some power, maybe I could switch over, convert, if you will. You know, if you're worth it. I'm like goading him,
Sure.
giving me his
It's
power.
like a passive aggressive prayer. Like, oh, if you don't,
100%. It's like, you know, if you're as powerful as they say,
If you're even real.
grant me a fraction of your power. Let's see what's going on here.
Make a religion check. Make a
Just give it to me already. Okay. Just bend me over and give me your power.
Is that 15 or 5?
I was too late.
So 14 total.
14 total.
Yeah.
You utter this, quote unquote, prayer, and you focus on the ring. And again, the ring, as it is cold to the touch, gets to the point of nearly being too uncomfortable to even like hold, as it gets even colder in your hand, and you fail to attune to this ring.
As I assume I like realize I didn't have an attune to it.
Oh yeah,
I'm
you
just gonna-
certainly know.
Oh, that's a shame. I thought you were powerful, but whatever.
just negging God.
Like-
I am
From the
negging
other-
a god right now.
Totally fine.
Because I assume, much like I do in real life, that no one's going to target me. I am nobody in the grand scheme of things.
We shall see.
I love that.
Alrighty. Anything else you guys want to do before you hit the long rest and level up?
Nothing I would like to roleplay.
I think in explicit detail.
I
You will
mean,
simply fade to black.
Okay.
But yes, for the sake of brevity, each one of you heads off to bed. Kill and Kaz. The two of you fade off into slumber, and As you close your eyes and fall out of strict consciousness, your eyes flutter open in almost an instant after, and you look about, and you do not see much of anything around you. You are sort of in what seems to be the same room that you fell asleep in, but everything is slightly distorted.
Do we see each other, or we're
You
each
do
having
not.
a separate
You do
experience?
not. There is no one around you in this empty chapel hall. The pews
Gross.
seem to be overturned in different ways and just shifted about. It doesn't look like a disaster has come through here, but it definitely seems as though someone is coming in like ran amok for a moment. Each of the stained glass sections of the great stained glass window depicting each one of the gods is sort of cracked and malfunctioned to the point of being each god is unrecognizable if you didn't know specifically which one was in which section. There is, however, on the altar a single black candle that seems to be burning a black flame. What did the two of you do?
You ready?
Kill, I swear to God, if I get fucking smited, I'm going to haunt the shit out of
There is no one. There is no one around here.
No, I know.
Okay,
I'm
you just
saying
okay.
to
I'm just
myself,
saying. Just
Because I
saying. Yeah.
totally blame Kill for
Word.
Do we have equipment?
You have everything of your normal volition.
Okay.
It's as if you woke up here.
Yeah.
Everything is the same except.
Okay.
I will say the only difference is there are no like hallways, like to lead
Sure.
outside or anything. It just seems to be a solid room. You turn around and see that the where the iron-bound doors would be is just a wall.
Can I use the Farseer scope?
What would you like to?
Activate it?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. I activate the Farseer scope.
Great. You take it out of your pack, and you just sort of click it, and you feel the Arcanum activate in it.
Yeah. I'd like to just try to get as good of a look at the candle as I can from where I am.
Sure.
Basically, as I blink awake and I'm like,
You hold the scope up
Yeah.
to your eye. Kaz, what are you doing?
I'm going to approach it, cursing Kill, like, I fucking know, something's gonna fucking jump out at me.
Sure.
I swear to God.
All right, you approach. You begin to step forward. It is eerily silent here. So much so that I'm going to switch to a different soundtrack.
The sound of silence.
It's the sound of silence. It is eerily silent here. You begin to approach the black flame, and you hear on each one of your footsteps an echoing, reverberating pat, pat. Until eventually you finally stand in front, and it's almost as if you take only 3 steps and you find yourself in front of it. The pew you were getting up out of was a few feet back, like 15 or 20 feet. It's almost as if you just find yourself in front of it as you approach. Kill. As you hold the scope up in front of your eye, make a perception check with advantage.
is that a nat 20? Oh, that's. I'm like, is that
Just
sideways
super
4 a
nice.
nat 20?
Yeah, of
no,
course.
it is not. Okay, that's a 22.
22. You hold the scope up in front of your eye and you get a perfectly clear picture of the black flame on the black candle. And for a moment, it's almost like too vivid to look at, and you just sort of blink and like you pull the Farseer scope away from you just for a second. And as you just sort of like readjust, you realize that you're standing right in front of it, to the point of being able to see it just as well as you were putting the scope in front of your eyes. It's almost as if you just sort of appeared there. And the two of you gaze about this black flame as it seemingly feels like it's pulling you even closer. You're not necessarily resisting, but it's almost as if every moment you just feel yourself leaning forward. And if you don't sort of like pay attention to that, it's almost as if you could fall forward, but you have your wits about you.
Is this very clearly like surreal? I mean, it's where we are, but there's like no hallways or whatever. I'm just
Feels real.
feels real.
I've definitely gotten weird vibes from it. Like, I don't know if I think it's a dream, but I'm definitely like, this is some fucking bullshit.
Yeah. Well, fuck. Is this like? Are you praying to me now? Is that how this works? This is real vague. I'm not that smart of a guy. You gotta bear with me.
Kaz, what are you doing?
Well, someone's supposed to grab the candle or something.
Nothing happens.
Just like speaking to the air.
Nothing happens between the two of you.
Fuck it, I guess. And I just like go to grab the candle.
Do you grab the wax or the actual? Like, do you try to snuff it out?
No, I'm grabbing like the wax, like
Got
to
it.
pick up.
You grab the candle, and it is, even for you, it is too hot to touch. It like almost to the point of like, that fucking burned me. It didn't, but even you can't hold on to this.
I'd probably just like put my hand kind of like near the flame just to see if I can feel the warmth.
You feel the warmth of it.
Is it in like a candle holder or just a?
It is on a single sort of tall candle.
A candlestick.
Gon's candlestick. Yeah, thank you. Which replaces the 5-pronged candelabra that holds each of the multicolored candles of the Hand of the King. The 5 God pantheon.
I'd probably try to grab it at this point too from the candlestick.
The exact same. You grab it and it is impossible to hold on to. Not even you can't even will yourself to hold on to it, even to like attempt to succumb or to hold on to it through succumbing damage. It's your body is unable to grasp onto it for even more than a moment.
Did you say we had our equipment on us?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna pull out one of my candles.
Okay.
And try to like just see what happens if I light it.
Sure.
With
that's
the other
dope.
candle.
You stick the wick inside of the black flame, and you hold it for a moment. You pull it out, and it's not lighting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what else
What
to
else
do.
is
Sure.
left?
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Put a D4 on the
Oh, you got guidance.
I'm just waiting for the next.
Nice.
Nice.
Is guidance saving throws and ability checks or just ability checks?
It's just ability check.
So you do not get a d4.
All
on this.
right.
Save it for later.
This is a dex save.
Sorry.
No worries.
That was a good call.
15.
15. You pull away from it, and you feel like as you touch it, it burns you, but you feel like emotionally drained for a moment. You feel as if something sort of punched you in your gut to the point of you almost want to cry for a moment. The feeling passes, but
Fuck.
kill.
Can I open the tome?
Yeah. You
And just
pull up
see
the
if-
tome, you open it.
Like just sort of flip through the pages in the light of this candle and see if I see any kind of like. I guess I'm specifically, unless something pops out at me, I'm seeing if there's any like candle iconography that I might associate the two with each other.
Sure. You flip through it. Go ahead and give me a investigation check.
I use the
Yeah.
thing as
with
a
advantage,
jeweler's
sure.
loop, basically.
Sure.
Wow. Okay, that's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. I mean, rather thoroughly, you flip through this, attempting to find some sort of connection between the two objects, and I mean, aside from the dark, eerie vibe, for lack of a better word, that you get from the both of them. There is not necessarily anything to point to in the tome that suggests like, oh, this is something new from the candlelight, or oh, it mentions this candle here.
Yeah.
They seem to be unconnected.
Okay.
Cass.
Can I get my notes back real quick?
Oh yeah.
That
Sorry.
we passed around as discussed.
It's the prop.
I put on the ring. I don't remember if I had it on or not, so I'm gonna say I put it on.
Sure.
I'm like, if this is C-Day, and I put my hand over the flame and hold it there, just like over the fire.
Okay.
As long as I can.
Sure.
Even to the point where it hurts me if I can.
Sure. You hold it over the fire, and you begin to feel that same sense of almost emptiness. And it gets to the point of being a little bit uncomfortable, and you try to hold onto it. And you see the black flame grow bigger for a moment. And in that moment, you hear, "Give me a name." Kill. As you're standing there, trying to sort of flip through these notes, you look up and you find that you are a few steps back from the flame. And standing in front of it, you see the back of Sirikaz Thelani, who is standing with a hand over the open flame.
Oh shit, Cass.
You hear, "Give me a name."
Is this like a disassociative voice, or is it? Okay, so I can't tell if it's saying it to Kaz
You
or
have no
to
idea.
me. I'm just hearing it.
Yep.
Did Kaz react at all to me saying, "Oh shit, Kaz"? In other words, can he hear me?
Kaz, you only hear, "Give me a name."
Right.
What would you like to do?
I ponder for a moment. Lieutenant Eric Stott.
As you say, "Oh shit, Kaz," you see the flame in front of him burst into an inferno, and it envelops your vision, and you and you can feel a cold sweat as you wake up on the pew in the dim candlelight of the King's Hand Chapel, and you look over to the pew where Kaz is laying, and you see Kaz, as you mutter this name, the flame grows and it envelops you, and where once you felt an emptiness, you are filled with even greater sense of purpose. And you wake up, not in a cold sweat, feeling better than ever. The black ring on your finger that you are now attuned to. I believe you can look up Ring of Minor Obscurance.
Yeah. So I'm awake. He's awake.
Yep.
Are there any clear windows in here, or is it all stained glass?
All stained glass.
It was still cloudy and stormy-ish.
By the time that you guys went back in the middle of the night, the storm had passed, and there was sort of that sweet smell of the fallen rain that the realm itself is named after, sort of in the air. The darkness of the night above you, you could still see starlight, so the clouds did not necessarily entirely cover everything at that point in the night. So, I mean, right now you're inside, so you don't really know.
I just say, sleeping inside is fucking weird. And I just leave the chapel, and I
Sure.
just go out to the cemetery.
Yeah, Kaz, you see Kill get up, and you hear him say that as he says it out loud, and then he dips out towards the cemetery.
I'm not gonna follow him.
Gotcha.
Fuck that, it's raining.
Not
It's
anymore.
not raining.
Oh.
Well, you don't know.
You
I
may
guess
know.
you're. Well, I mean, I don't know. You can hear, but it was not raining by the time you guys
When we came in.
got back in.
Oh, got
Yeah.
it, right. So
Um,
fuck that, it's cold outside.
Sure. There you go. Kill. What's up? Oh, okay. Kill. You return to the cemetery outside, and
Can I see the moon?
you can see the moon.
I just look up and I just like plop down, and I'm not like, I don't do anything to convey like I'm not like breaking down or anything, but like I'm just like kind of like a okay, that's better kind of vibe.
For
Like,
sure.
take like a deep exhale, and I just say that was fucking weird, even for me. And then I just kind of
Drift off into
I
your
just
slumber.
kind of like lean back against something and just kind of.
You lean back against the tree. And you fall back into slumber, and you all finish the night off. You wake up. Kill, you feel the warmth, the slight warmth of the morning sun, as it is still rather chilly here in this month specifically, in the small port town of Aodra. And each of you wake up to the morning sun, sort of peering through the stained glass windows, and you've all leveled up officially to level 4.
Yes.
Hooray! You've finished a long rest and all that. Some of you have attuned to new items and new things, but you stretch, and you, those of you who are inside the main hall proper of the King's Hand, you look about and you see Mother Alessandra, who seems to be in the midst of a small prayer at the altar, with Vic at her side as well.
Any omens this morning?
Make a perception check.
I will. That's pretty good, I think. 16.
16. You look about. There doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary around you. Feels pretty good. You actually got a really good night's rest. Even on a pretty stiff pew, you wake up and you actually feel pretty good. Really, really needed that rest from all of the unfortunate encounters the past few days, but you're feeling great. No omens or anything.
Okay.
I think after a short while, the door to Samson's room just kind of bursts open, and Anna is dressed now, and is just, good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing?
Yot is still in bed.
Okay.
Good
I'll
morning.
let him sleep.
Yeah.
Hello.
You're up bright and early.
Yes, yes.
You well rested.
Well enough. Certainly feeling invigorated today. Yes, how was everyone's rest?
Oh, not nearly as exciting as yours was, I imagine.
I imagine not, yes.
But surprisingly comfortable. You should try sleeping on a pew sometime. Not if you've got company. I just mean
Yes, it's worth a try, perhaps.
I will say none of you, well, unless you're staying outside of or whatever, Kill. Okay, yeah, none of you see Kill around either.
Oh, where's Kill?
Last I saw, he went somewhere away.
Somewhere else.
Outside.
Don't let him do that.
Why not? He's an adult.
No, he's
I
gonna.
think.
I'm gonna go outside.
I don't know how
None
old.
of you know how old I am.
I was gonna say, I don't know how old he is.
Could be a
Nor do I know
toddler.
I'm 2 years old.
total.
I'm a baby. Yeah, you walk outside, and Kill, are you still in the sort of same spot?
Yeah, I'm out there doing handstand push-ups.
Oh yeah, he's working out.
Oh yeah.
Well, good morning to you.
Morning. I don't stop.
Is this how you always wake up?
Well, first I wake up and then I do this. I don't
Right.
wake up doing this. That'd be cool if I could. It'd really save me some time.
You've got a lot of energy.
Well, yeah. I mean, how do you think I get like this?
That does explain it.
Yeah. All I eat is berries.
I eat berries. That's how I'm so jacked.
Sal, quick question. When the tome says 1d4 days,
Yep.
is that long rests, or is it?
No, it's
24
days.
hours.
So it's 24
24
hours.
hours, yeah.
Okay. It's so hard to remember. Okay. That's fine.
Make a
So
tally.
we're still at 0 days until
You're at
Half a day.
half a day. I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
zero,
okay.
0 days. Yes.
Yeah, yesterday evening. So
0.
Correct.
yes. Okay. Okay. Anyway,
I try to do one single push-up to like match his vibes. This
What's your
morning.
strength?
Limited. -2. is
Negative
my
2?
modifier.
Make a strength check.
Yeah, that's a natural 1.
Oh dear.
You get down on the ground, and
The earth pushes you.
you
No, I'm not gonna reroll it.
you go to, and you can feel that if you push any further, you might strain yourself, and you cannot. You can barely get. Your
You are
on
now
the ground.
trapped on the floor forever.
You're paralyzed.
You can't get up.
Okay, I have halfling reroll ones. I'm just choosing not to do it.
That's understandable.
Way funny. Yeah.
Okay,
Still
that's
tired?
No, I actually feel great. That's about my usual level.
Oh, I really gave you an out there, but
I'm trying to be nice. Completely.
Right.
hey, it's okay. You got to start somewhere.
Yeah, this is how I've sort of been my
Yeah.
whole life.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't do push-ups when I was a tiny baby.
Really?
Well, yeah, of course.
Well, I'm tiny.
Exactly.
Do you think I'll... No.
Yeah, I think if you give it some effort, you can definitely do a push-up.
Feels like I couldn't even do a push-up until I hatched.
I might try again tomorrow, probably.
And I tried to do one. I could not do it.
Couldn't do it.
I'll do better
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Did you
People just doing laps inside.
did you have a restful sleep?
Oh, yeah. Did you?
Ultimately, yes, but I learned that I don't like sleeping inside.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Weird. Nope, it's not for me.
You don't have to.
Yeah. I know. I'm not going to.
But doesn't it bother you when there are elements and stuff? Wind and rain.
Well, I mean, sure, I do get cold, but between my shell and everything, I can survive just fine. And frankly, last night was my first time sleeping inside, and I wasn't under the moon, even though sometimes the clouds are in the way. I still like to think it can kind of squint through, and it wasn't good.
Can I ask you an honest question?
Sure.
Is your friend Lenny that you always talk about, is that the moon?
No.
Is the moon your friend?
We've talked about this. Lenny is a human.
I know you've told me that.
You don't listen, do you?
I do too. I remember.
You know what?
I just,
I'm gonna try not to be mad at you, but like,
I'm asking.
it's really, you should really listen when people talk,
I'm not saying he's not also
because it hurts
human.
people's feelings when you don't
You're
listen.
not understanding my question.
Okay, try again.
Is he also the moon?
Is Lenny the human also a moon?
Yes.
I just walk inside.
Sure. Okay, so you're going to follow him inside? Okay.
While they're
Kill return.
I'm following and I'm like,
I still don't think you get it.
It's the opposite of the book interaction we had earlier, where it was something really simple and it became way worse.
well, while they're out there, I'm actually gonna go up to Kaz and be like, "So, Kaz, how are you feeling? I know yesterday we were kind of going through it a bit."
I really don't know what you're talking about, but I do feel great today.
Oh, wonderful.
easy.
What about you? Sleep all right? Did you sleep?
That's the question, isn't it?
I raised my hand for a high five.
I mean, it's an important mechanical question. Does Indigo receive the benefits of a
receives the
long
benefits.
rest?
I wasn't fucking the whole time, okay?
I just want to make sure he's not overstating his own sexual prowess.
No, all is well. All is well. The two of you return. As the four of you are sort of collecting yourselves in the middle of the main hall, Mother Alessandra sort of finishes her morning prayers and whatnot and stands and turns and says, I hope all went well for all of you last night. There still has been no sign of Samson, and I'm very worried. I would very much so like to ask you if you would go out in search of him. I'm afraid that I have my duties at the chapel, and I mean, without Samson's additional help, I'm going to need Vic to do more around here as well. I don't really have any idea where to look for him. He doesn't really have any other place to go. He doesn't have really anyone besides us. Would you would you look for him? You were the last ones to see where he was. I know he was here, but I don't know. You were the last ones he talked to. Is there anything that he might have said or anything? I usually when he gets upset like this, he comes to me, and we speak and pray, and that helps him. It always has. I don't really know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, we chatted a little bit last night, and I think I might have an idea where he could go.
Where do you think?
He, he mentioned a place that he, likes to go. I don't know, maybe I don't quite understand, maybe he just feels good when he goes there. But he pointed it out to me. We could probably go there. I don't think it's too far. How far away do I think the place that he pointed out on the map is that he said he felt compelled to go to?
I mean, you would probably guess about equidistant in the northward direction on the shore as the southern direction that you went to go look for Gold Toast treasure.
Okay.
AKA where you first landed.
Okay, yeah, so not too far, a couple
No, not
hours
too far.
at most. Yeah, an
Yep.
hour. Maybe. Okay.
I forget. Is that where he said he found the book?
I actually, I'd have to look at my notes, but it's for sure where he had experienced that whole thing, and also where he found the mushroom, I believe. So yeah, I'll look it up in a minute, but I don't see what. I'm happy to go check it out.
Well, weren't we trying to solve a murder? Does that not take precedent?
I mean, well, I don't know.
Samson's live.
Could you just, I don't know, keep an eye out for him? I'm going to let Lady Governess know. We could spread the word and whatnot, but just, I know you have things to get to do. Just, I don't know.
We'll keep an eye out for sure.
Yeah.
We're not. If we see him, we're not just gonna ignore him.
Sure.
We're gonna, hey, she's worried about you.
Right. Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
That would.
We certainly owe you for allowing us to stay in this lovely establishment. So
Oh, no, please. You don't know. You don't owe us anything. It is that duty of the hands of the king to serve.
I just put my hand in my pocket, realizing that she might notice the ring on it.
Doesn't seem to have.
Did you? We didn't really get a chance to talk about your findings with the sample that I gave you from Ben.
Yes. I'm sorry. It slipped my mind with everything going on.
It was a crazy night.
Yes.
I recommend sleeping outside in the future.
I think I'll stay under the roof, but thank you.
Okay.
Yes. So the sample,
Don't wanna point any
I
fingers
took
or
some
anything,
more detailed look at it now that I've had an actual something to look at, not just my theorizing. And my original hunch that it was something to do with necromancy, I don't necessarily believe that is entirely correct. It seems to be organic in the way that an affliction that I don't necessarily know what to call it. It's something like a curse, but it causes almost like a natural occurrence to happen. I don't necessarily know how to describe it. It's as if it is an affliction that could be developed from some organic source.
did we discover fantasy cancer?
No, no.
Probably not.
Okay,
I'm gonna
just
just go ahead
checking.
and go on and say
Fair
that.
enough. Okay.
No.
Just checking. Sorry.
I smoke a lot. If I start getting fucking bark skin, I'm going to
No.
lose my mind.
She continues to say, it definitely seems to be something afflicted by a source, not just sort of an occurrence, if that makes sense. I know that it's sort of hard to maybe grasp what I'm saying because I don't necessarily
Something
know how
kind
to
of
word
kicked
it.
off like an organic process is what you think is happening.
Yes,
Yeah.
an intrusive organic process.
Yeah.
Like a parasite.
Yes, similar to that, sure.
That was kind of my fear with, hoping it wasn't, do you think it could be contagious from what you've seen?
Not necessarily.
Because it was all over me. And probably all of you guys do.
I got a lot of blood on me,
Yeah.
I believe.
Mm.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I will say, based on Benjamin's affliction, when he, apparently this is as far as I know, when he left in search of whatever that night, a big catch, when he returned, which was not long after, he was sort of immediately afflicted with this madness.
Yeah.
So, if it were to be contagious, I mean, it's been assumedly about the same amount of time since you've had this interaction that Ben had when he was out there and with whatever he encountered.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm just going to assume that that's not the case, but I don't know. I don't know if it would take longer because Ben was not the original source and maybe he encountered the original source. There are many things that are unknown to me.
You're you seem to be a woman who's read a lot of books. Have you? I mean, I've heard some stories from where I came from about, they're kind of like just old, like, well, stories really, but kind of about like if you kind of leave home too soon or you go to a place where you're not supposed to be, that you can kind of get like, I mean, not this exactly, but maybe something like it.
Whose?
Mine is low.
Bring it closer to yourself.
Yeah, maybe just.
I've been pretty quiet the whole time. It's some for some reason it's easier to stay in the accent when I'm a little quieter, and it's a bad habit I've gotten into.
Thanks,
Although
Michaela.
if this is still quiet, let me know.
But I'm just wondering if maybe if you've heard like similar, stories that maybe could be a clue. You never know.
She looks at you and thinks for a moment and says, I mean, there are a few wives' tales and whatnot to keep the children in bed and to keep them from running away, but none that necessarily sound like anything like this, at least the results of which. I mean, there are stories about, witches in the woods that eat children if you leave, or wolf men stalking the grounds at night, and there's the old story of there's the tragedy of the dawn lights. There's there's many different things that are wives' tales, but none that sort of result in whatever this is.
Okay.
If there are, I mean, like I said earlier, if you are going to venture off in search of answers for this, there's still the more folk to speak to. I mean,
Oh yes, perhaps. You think that they might know something about this?
I mean, if they are natives of this land, if it is some sort of native situation, they would be the ones to speak to.
Well, I suppose we'd either do that, or we could talk to Coletta. I don't think I do the T thing. I could talk to Coletta, and we could talk to Coletta. I'm speaking common, for fuck's sake. And see if she would sail us out to roughly where Ben went. See if maybe we can find something out there.
Well, I don't think we quite know where Ben went yet. I mean, we know where. But yeah, it's.
Well, I mean, we could talk to some, because it's not like, I mean, we knew that he went out. Someone had to have known roughly the direction he went.
Do we want to go sailing off into the same place Ben went?
I don't mean to assume, but I don't believe anyone knows where he went.
Yeah.
No one was around when he left, and he didn't really say anything besides he's
Except perhaps
going out.
Except perhaps for Christor, if we were able to find him.
Perhaps. It's
Right,
it's
that's true.
It's definitely
That's true.
possible.
Yeah. Where are the more folk at?
Where are they? Compared to where
Morfolk?
we are.
The Morfolk.
They're somewhere in.
The Morfolk, as you remember, Indigo, during your time with them, are nomadic of the island. They definitely are. They've settled in and around the Southwood Forest, which covers most of the island. Sometimes they rest on the shores of the northernmost end of the island. This is sort of like the southeastern portion of the island where Aedra is located. They do not come around here because of the purchase agreement with the crown. this is the purchased land of the crown, and the rest of the island of Moor currently still belongs to the Moorfolk. So they sort of respect that. Here and there, their leader, who you're familiar with, off the top of my head, I cannot.
I think I have it written down actually.
Oh, good. I'm glad that you do. I do too, but I just can't remember off the top of my head what his
I think
name
it
is.
was Altair.
I believe it's just Altair.
Altair.
Yeah, Altair. Yeah. Altair every once in a while has rendezvous with the Lady Governess to speak about like any sort of mutual like island problems, but that hasn't happened in a while. So they could be anywhere on the island.
Okay.
You have to go in search of them.
So they move often enough that they're not likely to be where I last saw them.
It's only been like 3 days.
It's only been 3 days. It's likely that they could still be there.
Okay.
There have been times where it's like it's based on the one of the Moorfolk's seers that read the sky and read the stars in the night. It depends on how they feel and what they see. There have been nights where you've stayed for a week, for 10 days straight. For those of you watching, 10 days is a week in my world.
A world that makes sense.
A world that makes sense. Yeah, the way they stayed in the same spot for a 10-day for a week. And there have been nights where you've gotten up in the middle of the night and moved.
Okay.
So,
Well, yes, I can take you to where I last saw them. Hopefully they'll still be there, but they do move from time to time. But yes, we can perhaps we can swing by that location you mentioned, see if Samson is there, and then after that we'll go look for the Moorfolk.
That makes sense to me.
And wild magic search.
wild magic.
And then I explode.
Like, then everyone dies.
No.
Well, if
Let's
instead
see.
of doing anything productive, we just let him explode again.
I like that.
63.
I love it, frankly. I think it's so funny.
I think it's so funny.
Ooh. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
I
I
like
don't
that.
know.
As you say that, you feel that tightening in your stomach again, and
fuck.
all of the candlelight in the sconces and on the candelabra and everything in the room is snuffed.
Is it still like light enough to see?
From just a, yeah, it is light
Okay.
enough to see barely from the sunlight coming in from the stained glass window. And Mother Alessandra just sort of like her eyes, she just sort of like
I'm
looks
out of
around.
here.
I think that was me.
Don't worry, it happens to every man.
Does it?
No, absolutely joking.
Okay.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Me?
Yep.
Okay.
To try to calm.
Can we get
Oh, okay.
Guidance on this? You got guidance a little bit.
Guidance.
Oh
Is
yeah,
that,
you got guidance level. Add a d4.
D4.
Yes.
Nice.
I do leave.
Kill. Yeah. Which are you
you said-
leaving through the cemetery door or the large doors? For
I guess just the front door.
Sure.
Nat 20.
Yeah. You say that and you like put your hands out and you're like, I'm pretty sure that was just me. And Mother Alessandra, who has seen not that happen, but things happen to you before.
Did the plants like fall off
Yeah,
of
they
me?
do.
Yes.
Or, okay.
The plants have fallen off of you. And she just turns and says, she takes a deep breath and sighs. It's all right.
Yeah. So sorry. Never a dull moment when I'm around. I'm afraid.
I can tell.
That's true.
Victory, would you mind? And Vic just sort of, yeah. And he walks back up to each of them and lights them in a very like.
Can prestidigitation
ceremonial.
light a candle?
You can certainly do that if you'd like.
I'll
You
help
s-
relight this stuff.
Sure. You go to light one of the candles with prestidigitation, and Mother Alessandra actually says, actually, if you wouldn't mind, this is a process. But thank you. I
Certainly.
appreciate the sentiment.
Yes.
And you hear Victory under his breath say, would have been nice. And he begins to go about lighting each of the candles again. Kill has left at this point. What are the rest of you doing?
Kill.
I'm gonna follow him.
Sure.
I'll-
You walk
I'll-
out the front.
I'll follow as well.
Each of you leave.
I sort of like stand there for a second, like, well, I guess everyone's left, so have a good day, I suppose. And I just turn around and leave, like,
Sure.
really awkwardly after everyone
Sure.
else.
There's been way too many bad omens in there. I need to be outside. It's better out here.
Right, I get it. I'm much more comfortable when there's fire hazards around.
That literally breaks Kill's brain for a second. Could one of you go back in there and I'm assuming she's done with my vial. Could you go get it for me?
Yeah.
I've got it. And I turn around and head back in. Remember when I said bye? One last thing. That vial with the bark skin stuff. Could we get that back?
What do you need it for?
I'll be right back. And I go, what did we need it for?
Well, because it's mine.
It belongs to him.
Oh, fair enough. And I head back in.
Might be a useful clue at some point. I don't know.
I'm gone. Because Kill says because it belongs to him.
Make a persuasion check.
15.
15.
Yeah.
She sort of is like dumbfounded by that for like a moment,
Right.
and she just
Please
goes.
don't ask a follow-up question.
She just goes. All right, sure. And she just sort of like goes back to her room for a moment, comes back out, hands you the vial, and says, if he is willing to part with it, I guess, please ask him, and I would love to hold on to that.
Oh, give me 1 second. And I turn around and I go out the door without
And she sort of like, as you're walking out, that can be late. All right.
Actually, has Yo still been sleeping this whole time?
Yo's been sleeping the whole time.
Okay, I will come back in real quick and just like, sorry, we're so sorry to. One more thing, I'll be right back.
Sure.
And I'll step into the room.
All right.
We
You
pass
do
each
so.
other.
Is there like
Yeah.
there's something there to like write a note with?
Yeah, certainly. There's like some canvas and pen and wick and whatnot.
You go
So,
with your phone number?
Well, I don't. No, obviously
Here's
not.
a
But
stepping
like,
stone,
I'll just
Yeah.
say, look me up sometime. Sign it I with a heart. And just leave it.
lovely. You do so. You can hear him. Snoring away, but you leave your note, and you slowly shut the door silently, and you hear the muffled as you leave the halls of the King's Hand.
Nice.
Kaz, you
Can I just say, based on this dynamic, I am totally a bottom in this scenario.
Sure. That makes sense for you.
Yo,
Yeah.
she was wondering if she could hold on to it. She said she's perfectly willing to give it back. She was just wondering, like, if you wouldn't mind, she would like to hold on to it.
Well, yeah, maybe later.
Like she can hold on to it later.
Well, no, like maybe I'll give it back later.
Oh, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
All right. I'll go get it this time.
No, actually, okay. Did she not give it to him? I thought she did
No,
give it to
She
him.
gave it to him. No, she gave it to him.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, and then like
Yeah.
as you were leaving, she was like, maybe if you wanna, and then you
Yeah.
left.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna go back. I'm just like I'm not gonna go in this time.
Let's not burn our bridge here, shall
I'm
we?
gonna open
We're
the
not
door.
leaving this church.
He says he might give it back later for you to hold on to.
And you just hear, all right, thanks.
All right, have a good one.
Hand upon, and then you just yeah.
Can I just say she's being so chill for like the person in charge of this church that
Would you
we're
believe this
desecrating?
man's
Oh, yeah.
judgment?
Did I?
Your int is like negative.
It's not even. It's better than your strength.
Well,
Get wrecked. All right, what are you guys doing?
So you said you can. You think there's a place that
All right, that's-
Samson might have
that's your
gone to?
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Give it a little shake.
Mhm.
Give it a listen.
Ding, 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 ding.
We're going to the Morfolk,
You
right?
you don't hear anything.
Well, where's the place that you mentioned in relation to where I think the Morfolk might be?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, that's that question for Sal.
I mean, the Morfolk, you describe whereabouts in the Southwood you remember them staying, and it is like deep into the island. It took you a hot minute to like get to Aodra, and it's a ways away from where you'd be going if you want to go look for where Ben was.
Okay.
Or where Ben, excuse me, not where Ben was, where Samson said that he had this encounter.
Are they like equidistant, or is one closer?
I mean, yeah, the Samson spot is closer, but the where you assume the Morfolk to be is a ways away.
Oh, gotcha.
I mean, it's early. I think we should be able to do both.
It seems like Samson might be a more or I think Samson's more likely to not stay in one place than the more folk are. So perhaps we should go for Samson first.
Sure.
Right.
Okay.
Oh wait, I've got good news for everyone. I managed to attune to the ring. It's not on that hand, it's on this hand.
Oh,
Oh.
how did it go?
Oh, good for you, buddy.
Thank you. So I had a weird dream. Probably a dream, maybe a vision, something like that. And he was like, give me a name. And so I gave him the name of someone I really hate.
Wait,
I thought maybe.
I heard that same thing.
Did you really?
Yeah, I saw you, and I heard, "Give me a name," and then you burst into flames.
I burst into I don't even remember that part.
Yeah, and then I woke up and I got the fuck out of there.
Right.
Yeah, and I slept outside.
Anyway, I gave him a name, and then I woke up and I was attuned to
Whose
it.
name did you give him?
This guy who fucking sucks.
Okay.
Is it someone we know?
I didn't hear
Have
what
you-
Kaz said, right?
No, you did not hear the name that he gave.
Have you ever spent time with the Navy?
I don't remember if I have or not, but I don't. Not that I'm aware of.
I'm betting against it then.
Wow.
Well, you're kind of like into dreams, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What does that mean? If you're like, did you see a black candle?
Yeah. Or I put on the ring, put my hand over it.
Okay.
Because I was like, C-Day would like that.
So what does it mean if two people have the same dream of a black candle, but then one of us sees the other one burst into flames, but that one feels really good about it the next day?
I felt great about it, to be honest. Best night of sleep.
I do feel good today, though.
Really?
Actually.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, stronger than
It's
ever.
a good dream.
Really? Well, I don't know. That's not exactly in the book, but can I... give me one moment. Can I cast augury as a ritual?
Sure. What are you attempting to ascertain?
Hey, is this dream gonna be good or bad for my friends? Is that how
I'm not
you
gonna
phrase-
entertain that with an
how do
answer.
You
You
phrase
have to.
questions? How do you phrase them?
Right. So you have to ask. You're.
You specify a course of action.
Yes.
So, like for example, if
I do this, will that result in something good, bad, or neutral,
Okay.
or good and bad?
Okay. If these two keep digging into C-Day stuff, is that gonna be good, bad, neutral?
You lay out your reagents. You sort of close your eyes and you begin to pluck at the air around you until eventually you feel the thread of mythos and you pluck at it and it rings for a moment in your ears and you hear a beautiful sound and a ringing until eventually you hear a very off, just chaotic twang for a moment, and then you hear another melody and it just sort of, you keep plucking and every other one is sort of this terrible shrill sound next to a beautiful tone. The answer you receive is good and bad.
Okay. I don't know exactly, but I get the feeling that that might be really good for one of you and really bad for the other. And I couldn't tell you who.
As you say this, kill and kiss. You hear off in the distance in the morning. There, you do see like there's a bit of a hustle and bustle going on now that the weather is fine in the morning. People are sort of arriving in town to set up at the marketplace and all this stuff. But in the distance, you sort of hear, Marlon.
Hey, do you hear that?
Marlon.
My win!
You're just
there?
joining in.
My win, hello!
You're just saying that?
Yeah.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing?
Now that she said, "Do you hear that?" I would listen for it.
Make a perception check.
Absolutely.
11 plus 2.
13.
Yeah, you begin to hear some like in the distance, like among the hustle and bustle, some like calls.
Right. Sounds like someone's shouting for Mywin, and I'm going to go in the opposite direction.
Right, good
well,
call.
I mean, if Mywin's in, perhaps Mywin's in trouble, maybe we should go see what's going on.
Mywin doesn't like when other people try to help her, so
I don't know. Well,
Mywin doesn't like when I'm in the general vicinity,
Basically-
I don't think.
So just be cool, be subtle.
Right. And I'm gonna try to just like not attract attention as I assume we go towards this sound.
Is that what you're doing?
why are we going
Yeah.
towards the sound? Oh, we got
I
places
just,
to
I just
be.
wanted to make
Well,
sure
I
that
just
Mywin's all
want to
right.
find
We do.
out.
I feel like feel like we owe her one. Perhaps we should, if she's in trouble, I'd like to do something about that. Also, she serves me wine, so she has to live. All right.
I'm definitely
We must
gonna
protect her at all costs.
like trudge my feet as I walk
Sure.
as I lag behind the group.
Sure.
I am
And-
actually getting some distance from them, just to sort of like blend in with the crowd if I can. Just because like
Sure.
I don't want
Make a stealth check.
dope. I don't want to cause trouble.
16.
16. Good to know. Whoever's leading this, go ahead and just make a general perception check. I think that would probably be Kiss or Indigo.
Sure, I can lead.
Oh, it's bad. It's 5.
I'll allow you to make one as well, Indigo.
Is that a? Okay. That's gonna be 13.
13. Yeah, you guys follow like where the hustle and bustle is, and you can sort of hear as it's, this voice is calling in the distance until eventually you sort of get closer. And Indigo, you can see now a little ways away, sort of like towards the end of the other side of the marketplace where people are setting up. Some people are going over and like interfacing and speaking with Hing, who seems to be looking very distraught. He seems to be talking to a couple people. You notice like a few of them just sort of like give like shrugs and like shake their heads and whatnot. And he just sort of moves between people, continuing to just sort of. He seems very in a rush.
I'll see if I can catch up with them.
Sure. You do so. You approach, and you can see he's sort of made conversation with a fellow that you don't recognize. Seems to be just sort of a human of no importance, and he seems to just sort of be asking questions and whatnot until he finally looks up and sees you approaching, and he says, "Oh, I'm sorry to bother all of you, but have you seen my one anywhere? She wasn't around this morning. She was supposed to be in for a shift this morning, and usually if she's not feeling well, she's in a room. I went to check her room. She wasn't in there, and I wasn't around last night because I was out with my business and whatnot, and this doesn't normally happen, so I'm just looking around. I haven't been able to find her. I've been asking around, and no one has seen her. So I'm just a little worried. This hasn't, she normally takes care of herself. So
Have you run into any of the patrons who were in the tavern last night?
yeah, I knocked on every single one of their doors and spoke with them. They said the last time they saw her, she was wiping up behind the bar. So
Okay. They didn't say anything else about last night?
I mean, as far as where she went, no.
No, I just wondered.
We saw her yesterday evening, but we haven't seen her since then.
Right. Well, I mean, what we should do? I mean, was it a packed house? I don't really know. I just sort of showed up this morning expecting her to be there, but no one was around.
She did seem sort of stressed. She said it sounded like you had sort of dismissed perhaps the other bartender, and she seemed a little busy at the time. We didn't get to talk much to her.
That's interesting. All right.
Not that it's your fault. I just think, she looked like she could really use a hand.
Sure.
Did I don't mean to pry. Did something happen with the other bartender?
Not that I know of. I thought that they were supposed to be on shift last night.
Oh,
So, this doesn't really make much sense to me, to be honest with you. This is the first time I'm hearing of that.
it sounds as if
Oh, dear.
he's missing as well. Then,
Okay. Weird. You've been asking
yes.
all these people around here?
Yeah?
Okay. Alright. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm gonna make my way to the lady governess.
Okay.
And speak with her just to sort of get an understanding or get the word out real quick.
Sure. I'm gonna step away, but not too far. And
Okay.
If he goes far, I kind of want to sneakily follow behind him. I'm gonna cast Detect Thoughts.
On him?
At first,
Okay.
and then we're gonna move it.
Sure. Do I have to make a save?
I don't even think so, but let me check.
I think if you're probing, it might have to make a save.
Yeah, if I go real
Go ahead and
deep.
read it for me.
For the duration, you can read the thoughts of certain creatures. When you cast the spell, you can focus your mind on any one creature that you can see within 30 feet of you. You initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature, what's most on its mind at that moment. As an action, you can either shift your attention to another creature's thoughts or attempt to probe deeper into the same
Got
creature's
it.
mind. If you probe deeper, you have to make a wisdom
Sure.
save.
Yeah, he moves beyond you towards the Great Hall, and you cast the spell, and the immediate thoughts on his mind are basically like, oh fuck, he's very worried about Mywin. He definitely seems to be the type of father that maybe doesn't seem like he cares on the surface, but cares very much about what is going on. So his surface thoughts are, oh fuck, where is she?
Okay. And I just want to kind of bounce it around really as many times as I can in this minute to all the nearby people he's just been asking, because I know it'll be probably on their mind.
Sure. You bounce them around, and a lot of them sort of that he's spoken to is definitely like a lot of it's similar with just like, oh, I hope that everything's okay. Like everyone like really likes Mywin. Like she's known in the town and whatnot. I mean, she's Hanger's daughter. Like she's always generally like really chill and everything like that. And so everyone basically has that same sort of like thought of like, well, we hope that she's okay. And like a couple of them are even like, oh, maybe I'll go out and around like looking a little bit later, but I got to do my stuff first. So.
Okay, this is so weird.
As Hanger like leaves, I re-enter the group, having been milling with the crowd.
Sure.
People are just going missing all over the place, aren't they?
All over the place.
There's Mywin and the other bartender. It turns out Hanger didn't dismiss him, he just disappeared.
So it's specifically bartenders at the hangman.
No. Plus Samson, plus all these other people.
Oh, right, something like that.
Right, and before that, Krista and Ben. Well, Ben's sort of his own thing, but...
Right, yeah, I think we know why Ben disappeared.
Well, yeah, he's his own story, but, you know, people just keep popping off, disappearing.
Yes, it is very odd. Did I learn the night bartender's name? I'm sure I did. I just don't think I wrote it down.
Yeah,
We know it. I think I wrote it.
Yeah, go ahead and find it.
Elric, right?
Was it Lincoln? No,
No.
Lincoln was the guy with the sheet.
It was Elric.
It was the guy
I
with
thought it was Elric.
It is.
It was
Elric,
Elric,
yes.
because-
Elric.
Elric.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't know anything else about him really.
We know that he's fine with goat stew. He's not allergic to anything in it.
Is the bar open right now?
The tavern?
Yes.
You don't know. You have to go over there and see.
Oh, I hope it's not because of...
Hey.
No,
I don't
it
appreciate
wouldn't be...
that.
I don't know. Do you think she's run away because she's stressed at her job?
You trying to blame me for that?
No, but she was so stressed anyway.
I would not be surprised if Elric quit for that reason, but it does seem very odd that both of them just sort of vanished without a trace. Especially, I don't know that Mywin would. I don't know Mywin all that well, but she doesn't seem the type to just sort of.
Right, she's his daughter.
If she was going to quit, I assume that she would tell someone.
You think? Oh dear.
Do we? I guess I am concerned about Mywin. I know we also have to have Samson to contend with as well.
Right.
Well, should we go to the hangman's? And
I
see if
just
we can
caught
find
up.
Yeah, at this point, you
Just
just
got it.
arrived.
it? Oh yeah.
Yes.
We fill him in on this.
I was busy figuring out what the weather was going to be like today. I cast Druidcraft.
Sure.
What's the weather going to be like today?
Bright and sunny.
Oh yeah.
Do you think we should go to the hangman's inn and see if we can find some sort of clues real quick
Yes.
before we go to whatever the fuck other quest we have to do?
Yes. We're on 1,000 quests today,
We've got a
but
lot of
yes.
them.
I'm sure the other quests will be on pause while we do this. No, yeah, I'm sure Samson will just be waiting there for us when we get right. No, I do think that while if that's all right with everyone else, perhaps we just do a quick. And assuming it's all right with Hanger, of course, do a quick search for any clues that.
Might be too late to ask Hanger's permission. He's already gone to see Sulfie.
Let's go to the hangman's.
Hanger's not going to care if we go to his bar.
Right.
Well, that's
I
what
suppose
I'm
that's
thinking.
true. Yes.
Let's
All right.
Yeah.
I forgot to do this earlier, so while we're on our way over, I'm picking up my cards and dealing. some
Sure.
of them.
We will figure that all
In my
out
hand.
when we come back from break. Thank you guys very much. We're going to be right back. We're just going to take a quick 5 to 10 minute bathroom break. So we'll hope to see you back there. Go ahead and get a drink, get into the bathroom, do your business. I guess.
Tell us all about it in weird
Tell us all
detail.
about it in chat afterwards. Make sure you use our new emotes when you do that.
Hashtag bathroom.
Yeah. But yeah.
Number 1, use Kaz. If it's number 2,
Number 2, use Go. Yeah, amazing. All right, we're going to see you back here in just a few moments. So thank you very much. We'll be right back. All right, sick. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us over break. But let's jump back in just right off the bat. So, the four of you are in sort of a quick mad dash towards, not really running or anything, but moving relatively with urgency towards the Hangman's Tavern because of some eerie situation that has been going around with town with people disappearing. First young Benjamin, son of Krister, then Krister himself, finding a party drinks.
You just whined in the chat, didn't you?
Then finding Krister's other son, dead and unmoving in the shack by the fishing wharf. Following up on the King's Hand Chapel, Samson disappearing, one of the hands at the chapel, and now Mywin and Ellerig. Mywin being the daughter of Hanger, owner of Hangman's Tavern, and Ellerig being one of the other servers. Kiss, first of all, excuse me, at the top of the day. For those of you who do not know, Cassander is a bard of the College of Fortune, something that I've created myself specifically for our lovely player Jenna. And I have something in my throat right now, so if I keep clearing it, I apologize. But at the top of every new day, Jenna's character Cassander can pull a couple cards from her deck and make a fortune-telling sort of situation. And based on what cards that Cassander pulls, she can give a boon to herself or to others, or afflict an omen upon an enemy or just someone who she doesn't like. So it is the start of a new day. So Jenna, why don't you let us know what Cassander pulled?
Yes. So I pulled 5 cards as
right.
Cassander
You pulled
does.
5 and then you picked 2 out of the 5.
2. So I drew the cards that are called the Fates, the Night, the Moon, the Sun, and the Vizier. And I have chosen the Sun and the Moon.
Wonderful.
Not only because that's like cute, but also they have great powers.
They do. What does the Sun card do?
The Sun card is so good. It adds 15 HP to you for fun. If you're already at full, it's 15 temporary HP. I love that. And then the Moon increases your saving throws by 1.
There you go. That lasts for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wonderful. Are you holding on to both of them?
For now.
Okay. Sounds good. Cool. So for now, you have 15 temporary HP, and you get +1 to your saving throws. Wonderful.
Those if she gives can we trade the cards amongst ourselves throughout the day? Oh, that's dope. I thought it was just like a one-time boon, but
no,
it's actually
whoever's
the card.
holding the card, they get that benefit.
That's incredible. I love that. It's like talismans. Okay.
Yeah, it's very cool, right? All right, so
honestly, I'm surprised.
Thank you. I actually create cool things every once in a while. So the 4 of you begin to make your way through the busy streets of the port town of Eodra as everyone is sort of arriving at the market place to set up each one of their individual stalls. Some of them still a little, not necessarily shaken, some of them actually shaken about the news of Mywin sort of just disappearing. Talking amongst themselves and whatnot still. You sort of brush by them and you make a beeline towards the Hangman's Tavern, and as you approach, you can see from the distance where the usually the sort of like top and bottom like uncovered saloon doors that are generally open, there is a board sort of nailed across it, just across on either side of it. I mean, you could still technically like get in, you'd have to like hop over and like swing yourself through like the top or climb under it, but there's a board sort of nailed across the walls of the on either side of the door frame.
Do the doors go all the way to the floor?
They don't. Like I said, they're like saloon doors that the bottom and the top are sort of open, but the board just covers the doors, indicating like to not enter. Yeah.
Well, I've got a crowbar, or we could go more quiet.
Let me try.
Can I crawl underneath?
Yeah, I mean, easy enough. You don't even have to make a roll or anything. Crawl underneath.
Well, I didn't think about the rest of you, though.
Can you give me a shot of mead while you're in there?
Oh, sure.
Well, I was going to say we should do it maybe a little more stealthily than just crawling under, but alright.
Speaking of that, Kill, you hear a little ways away. Hey, what's going on over there? And you sort of just turn and you can see an Eodra town watchman just sort of walking over to you from a little ways away.
I'm going to bonus action hide.
Make a stealth roll.
Hide where?
Around
Well, hi
the corner.
there.
I don't care.
Hi there, how's it going?
That's a nat 20 for a 31.
Yeah, don't worry about yourself. You exit the narrative. Yeah. You appear in campaign 1.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck!
And now you're getting eaten by carnivorous
Yes.
plants.
Oh, boy.
You say hello to
Rough way to go.
the Airdrie Watchman.
Yep.
He says, hello? What, and he sort of looks past you.
Some tiny halfling.
What are you doing in there? And he, you can hear someone call out to you.
Who, me?
Yeah, why don't you come on out here? We can have a little chat.
We heard about, we saw Holder. He said that Maiwen's missing. We just were taking a quick peek inside to see if we could find any clues.
And who's Holder?
Hanger.
That's what I meant. Sorry.
Oh,
Hang on.
yo.
Uh-huh.
It wasn't
That's a
Holder.
callback.
Hanger.
Yep. That's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Make a persuasion check.
I mean, come on. You know who owns this bar. I'm new in town. It's an 18.
18.
Yeah.
He just sort of, right.
It'd be cool if this guy actually knew who Holder was.
That would be really nice. That would be,
Oh,
be
yes.
like, holy fuck. No,
He's from my town.
A fellow remnant of Foundation.
yeah, no, that'd be hilarious. He says, right. Well, unfortunately, nothing has been reported to any of the Watchmen about being able to enter a closed facility, so we'll have to wait for him to either let Lady Governess know and let the rest of us know, or whatever. If you'd like, I can accompany you to him and we can have a conversation with him, but unfortunately I have not been given any clearance or been allowed to give any clearance to anyone to
That's
enter the
all right.
facility.
Don't worry about it. We just thought we'd be helpful.
I'm crawling back out.
I'm sure he appreciates it,
Yeah.
but
Yes.
I would appreciate if you could make my job a little easier as well. So
Yes. Let's speak with Hanger. Perhaps it would be best to do this on the up and up, as it were.
Well, we only just saw him. Let's bother him later.
Yeah, that's fine. We could. We're just trying to help. Hey, by the
Understand.
way, you're doing a great job. I'll just break off a piece of mushroom and hand it to him.
Yes.
make a persuasion check again.
I just, I'm sure you don't get. It's a 3.
3.
I'm sure you don't get a lot of appreciation. I just want you to know I appreciate you doing a good job.
I appreciate your appreciation. I'm going to respectfully decline that. I'm on a strict regiment,
Oh, okay.
so. But
It's regiment.
That's fair. I take like a big.
There's no tea.
and he looks at you and says,
I'm gonna fucking arrest
and he goes,
That's fucking funny.
I didn't go to grammar school.
Neither did I.
And his eyes
Right,
squint
well-
for a moment, and he just sort of, you're all on your way.
Yes. If
You're all on your way.
oh, all right.
It was great.
All right. Anyway, I take a bite of the mushroom and I
Yeah.
just start walking off.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I actually didn't know that. Regiment?
Regiment. Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm sure I've
Oh,
said
that's
it
fine.
wrong
I don't
before.
care. I think that's hilarious.
Yeah.
He didn't take too kindly to that.
I mean, where was Kaz? Did Kaz stealth into the
None
bar?
of you know where he
Yeah.
went.
No.
Literally, you just sort of look around. He is
Yeah.
gone.
So, okay. I don't know if Garrett wants to say what he's doing now. But otherwise, I'm
Yeah,
just
what are
walking
you
out.
doing, buddy?
I'm waiting for the guard to leave.
Why don't we go off into
The three of them, the three of you begin to
I guess
go
let's
at his behest.
go.
And the guard, Kaz, as far as you can tell, just sort of sticks around.
Okay. Then after a few moments, I materialize next to them. Just like,
What?
yeah.
How so?
I approach them from my hiding place.
Materialize in the like.
In the
Oh,
sense that he's no
Hello.
longer
Got
standing
it.
around.
in a metaphorical sense.
got it.
Just like appear in their awareness.
Got it. I would like you to make an additional stealth roll. Because technically you're just sort of hiding like in an alley nearby.
Yeah, I figured.
And you'd have to pass the guard or like climb up something or like because he's literally there and the only way for you to get out of that spot is to come out and then go, or you could try to figure something out. So I'll allow you to make an additional stealth check and then we can look around to see your options and then you'd have to go. But you can't just sort of, and now I'm here.
Yeah,
so that's why I was like, you
that's
teleport?
fair.
Or when did you get this ability?
Yeah. Or like if you're just chilling in an alley, you could just appear. And be
You
like,
could just walk out.
How's it going?
Yeah, I know. That's probably
If
what
you
I'll do.
stealthed into the
I just-
bar, then
I just wanted to, what I was thinking was just exit my hiding place and be with them again, like walking out. Because he's not gonna bother me.
that was for the sake of
Right.
brevity, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
Well, we don't know. We don't know what people say.
I'm not sneaking past the guard. I'm just like walking out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they leave, and then you just walk out of the alley and
Yeah.
walk by. Okay.
I just
you do
give,
so.
Just give him like a polite nod as I walk
Yeah, and he
by.
just sort of like a little confused that you were in an alley, but he was just like, all right, that's not like a
Whatever,
reason to
just-
stop you.
Just people
Yeah,
being weird.
no, it's
Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
So
For
that
for the sake of that, if you were to have just walked out, joined them, and then left, he definitely would have had some more questions. So
Sure,
like that's
100%.
yeah,
That's why I waited.
Got it,
Yeah.
yes, okay, but
Smart.
that is no problem. So eventually you catch up with them. Sorry for unfortunately for the sake of brevity, I had to make sure that.
It's
that was
okay.
all good.
We've had some moments that were
sake-
probably
sake
shorter
of
than you
length.
expected.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. And in my defense, you make a lot of great choices that are
Thank
make
you.
for a very interesting interaction. So I didn't know if that was going to be another one.
Cast has
So,
been a very chaotic fun. Let's
Yeah.
say. Chaotic fun.
so where are the four of you off to?
The woods. The moorfolk, no?
Well, are we going for Samson?
Yeah, let's go to the spot that he
Okay, you're right. Yeah, I
told me
forgot.
about.
Right, yeah,
What-
we'll worry about
believe me.
Lyman and them
That's
later.
right. That's
I'm
right.
looking forward to spending
Later.
some more time in the woods, but this is a quick kind of.
Samson.
It's not too far out of it.
Right. We're getting
Okay.
there.
So we're heading to the location where Samson was.
So you exit Aodra town proper, and you begin to make your way past the King's Hand Chapel down the road to the sort of northeastern side of the shoreline. You begin to walk down the road. Everyone go ahead and just make perception checks for me.
Oh, I'm a halfling. I can re-roll that.
10.
30, 20.
30, 20,
This dice loves. the
Also
number
10.
10,
think.
16 again.
16,
Oh, 9.
9, sadness and sorrow. Kill and kiss. As the two of you begin to walk down this path, eventually you get to the point where the path just sort of wanes. It seems as though the settlers have not like dug or built beyond like this sort of neck of the woods, so to speak. You sort of turn around and see the rest of the settlement. A lot of the nearby Saukwood that has been deforested, prepped for land and whatnot for the farms. A whole bunch of farms into the edge of the ridge. That you can see like way on the horizon and the shore as the Cerulean Ocean wraps around the mountain, around the island itself. You turn back and look forward, and you begin to continue to walk for an additional 10 minutes. You've been, venturing this way towards the shoreline for 20 or so minutes, close on the half an hour mark. And Kill and Kiss, you see sort of in the distance the silhouette of like what seems to be a couple. At least two people walking sort of near the edge of the shoreline where the rocky shore meets the grassy sort of knoll for lack of a better term.
No.
No. Sort of in the distance, a few hundred feet away from you. They seem to be facing the opposite direction, sort of just meandering, walking down the
A
shoreline.
couple walking?
As far as you can tell.
Sorry, did you say they're like holding hands or something?
I didn't say that, I just said a couple, at least two people.
A pair of people.
A pair of
if that
people.
makes you feel
No,
better.
Yeah.
I'm just
They're
asking.
A
not pair
precarious
people.
pair of
I'm just
people.
asking.
I
a
st-
question.
I ship them, but that's not
Let's kill
canon.
him. Oh, fucking.
Yeah, I'll walk in that direction.
Sure, you guys continue. With the pace that you're walking at, eventually you sort of like, not necessarily come upon them, or like you gain ground against them, and what once was maybe a few hundred feet are now really only maybe 50, 60 feet away. Do you pass them? Do you call out to them? At this point, you can see that it is what seems to be a young man and a young woman. They are walking hand in hand. I jump them.
They're how far, sir?
Like 60 or 70 feet away from you.
They're walking in the same direction as us, just like
But
slower.
they're
Okay.
slow, just sort of like whatever. At this point, you can kind of hear them having like a solemn conversation, but like, nothing like crazy or anything. They just seem to be enjoying a nice morning walk.
Mywin? Samson?
They sort of stop and like look at each other and look back at you. From this distance, you recognize the young man to be Ellerig.
Oh. Hillary.
You do not recognize the young woman though. And he just sort of, he's,
It's all right. We
hello?
Hello.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
No, we're so sorry we scared you before.
I'm not.
No, we are.
That was a misunderstanding. We've been over this, right? He's fine. He's over it. Look at him.
Yes, it's
Kind of
look.
roll insight.
Roll insight.
Just over it.
That's an 11.
11. He is not over it. Damn it.
Yes, I'm terribly sorry about before. There was well, there was a misunderstanding on someone's part, certainly.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yes.
Miscommunication.
How are you? I heard that you're no longer at the Hangman.
Where did you hear that from?
Well, we saw Maiwen the other day, and she mentioned that that you weren't on the other shift.
No, I had the night off.
Oh.
I don't think Hanger knows that.
Hanger and Mywin didn't seem to know that.
Seemed like they were looking for you.
Why are you lying to us?
Well, wait, my one said that he was off, but Hanger said that. Yeah.
That's right.
I spoke to Hanger and asked for the night off so I could.
Did he say yes?
So
Or
you
did
could
you
walk.
just?
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay. I'm just asking.
That's-
Trying to get the
that's-
facts.
Maybe he forgot.
It's important to make sure that everybody has the facts in a conversation. Otherwise,
Sure.
misunderstandings can happen.
You can
know?
see Kiss, you notice as Kill is speaking, you can see that Ellerig cannot, he does not make eye contact with Kill. Anytime Kill's talking, he just sort of, either looks at the girl that he's with or, to one of you or something like that.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry to interrupt whatever's going on here. But
It's all right.
I did want to ask, have you seen Maiwen recently?
Last I saw her was at Hangers
Was that how recently was that?
yesterday.
Can I do a quick
Was that
insight?
yesterday?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm sure he might just be nervous because
I asked Hanger for the night off, and he gave me it.
Oh.
he might just be nervous because we're here. But I also want to see
Sure.
if there's something else maybe going on. I only got a 10.
10. He sort of you can tell that he is definitely uncomfortable right now, but you don't necessarily get any sort of indication that he is he's trying to talk to you guys while also sort of keeping that air of he's got a guard up because of their previous interaction, and also he is with whoever this is, and you can see every once in a while. I would say with that check, every once in a while you notice that he looks over to the girl that he's with, in sort of a very oh my fuck, not these people, you can sort of get that vibe.
Can I just take a few a good few steps back? I'm assuming that
sure.
I've also noticed that he's
Yeah, with your
I
passive.
joked
yeah.
about look at him, he's fine, but
No, yeah.
clearly
You definitely picked this up.
I actually, I turned to his girlfriend with a spade.
Sure.
I'm sorry, this is incredibly rude of us. I'm Sir Kaz Stenani. Kaz, if you're feeling saucy. Nice to meet you.
Hello, I'm Monia.
Monia.
That's a lovely name.
Could you
First
spell
time
that
I've-
for me?
M-O-N-I-A.
First time I've met ammonia.
Nice. She says, "Thank you, Elric. Are these your friends?" And he just sort of looks at you, looks at her, and says, "Patrons at Hangers. Sorry. We've got things to do.
Yes.
So,
Won't take any more of your time. Thank you so much for speaking with us. Especially under the circumstances.
sure.
If you hear anything about Mywin, and we happen to run into you, let us know.
Sorry. What has happened?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mywin's gone missing. Everyone's looking for her.
What?
No one can find her. Hanger's going about town telling everyone in the market to look for her. She's gone.
Can I insight on Monia real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
I don't know why I'm suspicious of her.
Who would date Ellery?
That's a 6.
6.
Yeah.
You take a look, and she seems sort of as confused at this new bit of information as anyone that you've seen. She seems to just sort of be at this point she's got her hand around Elric's arm and is visibly concerned about what's going on. So
Alright.
So Mywin didn't say anything
that
to
is
you?
what you believe,
I know,
because that is what the dice
I know,
say.
and that's why I'm suspicious.
Yes, got it.
She didn't say anything to you before you left, or she left, or...
No, I didn't didn't speak with her. I spoke with Hanger, so...
Right.
Does she have any friends that maybe she's going to see?
I don't know if she had someone that she went to go see. It was supposed to be her shift this morning.
Well, I don't know. It sounds like she's just not at work or in her room, and Hanger's worried.
Doesn't sound like her. I mean, she has friends around, but I'm sure Hanger has already asked about that. It doesn't sound like... It's not like mine went to skip out on the shift.
Yes.
Okay. Well, if you see anything resembling a clue or something, let us know.
Right.
Keep our eyes peeled.
Sure. Yeah.
Hey, can I just ask you one more thing? I'm sorry. I know you don't have to look at me. It's fine. Do you know those fellas, Jens and Emil?
And he just sort of... at this point, he does look up towards you. No, sorry.
Skinny guy, really long arms, and fat guy with a comb over?
No. Sorry, it doesn't ring a bell.
Right. Do I believe him?
Insight check.
21.
21. He's
in cahoots.
still seems rather shaken about this whole interaction between the news and you guys just sort of showing up while he's seemingly on a date and all these different things. You do get the sense that he is being honest about the whole Jens and Emil questioning and whatnot.
I really thought you were building up to saying he's lying.
No, he genuinely doesn't like. I mean, like you read like a bit of his body language and you see like him trying to like think of like, because he seems to be genuinely concerned about Mywin. So he like really thinks about it first. He's just like, I'm sorry. I doesn't ring a bell.
Hey, no worries. Just thought I'd ask.
Sure.
Yeah, that's it, right?
Right. Go back to your date. We're sorry.
Yeah,
Right.
y'all have a lovely day.
I say to Monia, I'm so sorry that we've interrupted your day. You seem like a lovely young lady. Ellerig, goodbye.
And
What's wrong with you?
Ellerig just sort of like, right. And Monia just sort of tugs at his arm and says, "All right. Do you think we should go back?" And he just sort of, yeah, I guess. And they sort of turn and they head back towards town.
We've ruined his day a second time.
But this was.
Are there? What's the landscape here? Is this rocky shore
Yeah.
already?
Oh yeah.
All right.
You know, I mean, not at this moment, because we're clearly worried about other things, but if you want someone to, like, matchmake you with someone, I'm really good at that.
Why would you think I want that?
Because you flirt with every woman you meet.
That wasn't flirting.
Oh.
That was antagonizing Ellerig. You understand that, right?
That wasn't out of horniness. That was spite.
That was absolute spite. I mean, she's lovely. She's beautiful enough, I suppose. But like, it wasn't about her. I don't know shit about her.
Why?
That wasn't about sex. It was about power.
Kaz or Kaz. Like, I don't.
Aren't all things.
Oh, you're taking my accent now.
That's the way I speak. You're taking mine.
Right, I think we're gonna have to agree to disagree, Kiss. Let's move on. Like,
What are you guys doing?
Let's get. Are we keep heading towards
We're
Samson?
going for Samson.
It occurs to me if I was a different person and also a different character, I could just be making lots of fart smells and fart sounds as often as I wanted with
That is
Druid
true.
Craft.
That is true.
And I'm just above all that.
Good. I'm glad that
This
you
isn't that
mentioned
kind of
that.
game.
Until I'm not.
Yeah, understandable.
No fun allowed at
I
this
get to be the
Faint odor of a skunk. Yeah.
The four of you
Having a manic
continue
episode.
forward in the northeastward direction along the shoreline. And eventually you can see in the far distance where the shoreline sort of bends, the sort of the landscape begins to shift slightly, and you can see the path. Well, there's no real path, but the grass beyond in front of you begins to rise up, and sort of the elevation continues and rises until you can see, just as it curls around, a very tall, like, sort of ridge that it begins to form at the sort of northeasternmost point of the island of Moor. You can see the sort of rocky, sort of ever so slightly sandy beach eventually gives way into that sort of elevated bit of land where the Cerulean Ocean just sort of washes up against it, and the shore sort of fades away as the land sort of rises in elevation, and this sort of slate, dark gray, rocky sheer cliff begins to form as the land rises above, and almost dips over just so, almost as if it looks like a tidal wave crashing back into the sea. And at that point, you can see the forest line of the Southwood begins to almost envelop the grassland in front of you, and sort of curls westward. There's still a bit of grassland that goes up and sort of marks where the ridge is. There are no trees up there, but if you follow up to that point, basically all the land to the west is the Southwood, and the shore stops sort of a little ways in front of you.
Is this about where we think Samson pointed out, or
you can take out the map and look if you want?
Yeah.
You do so. It makes sense. There is a depiction of sort of like almost like a weird like fanged point on the map, where you sort of look at it and look up and you can see it sort of resembles this ridge. And this is about where he pointed.
I think this might be it. So the ridge goes up. Can you go like down and around the ridge to the rock? Like, is there a path to the water?
No, the shore stops about where the earth begins to rise into the ridge. Okay. You'd have to get into and then swim in the water to like try to get around to where the bottom of the sort of cliff's bottom is. You know what I mean? Where it meets the Cerulean Ocean. You could certainly try to like, find little wedges in places to like maybe rock climb like across to not get into the water, but that's probably gonna be very difficult.
If you go into the water, it's easy enough.
Yeah, I mean,
in terms
like
of,
there's still
it's not a big cliff to get in the water.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Yeah, so there's the ridge that goes up.
Yep.
But if you just wanted to go into the water,
you could just walk like where the shore stops. You could walk into the water. Yeah, and the water doesn't seem to be like tumultuous or anything. I mean, there's a tide, but like it doesn't seem. There are points beyond where you can kind of see that they sort of like really sort of wash against the cliffs, but I mean, who knows? If you go far enough out, you should be fine. But
I'm always up for a swim.
Sure.
Very well.
Rogue drops. Wonderful. Indigo and his bodily glory.
I screw my
Like
hat
the
on tighter.
Bruce Almighty thing. Just
Bruce Almighty. Where you just of course. Sure.
Yeah, I obviously drop trow as well.
Alrighty.
I don't. That's weird that you do that. I'm
Me
gonna jump in the
neither.
water.
I'm
Well, I don't have
gonna
any.
bathe.
I don't have any way to dry my. Well, maybe you can dry clothes, but I'm not used to that. Weighs me
just
down.
want to
I just don't like.
I could, yes. Anyways, let's go.
That's something to do that. Anyways. Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Before
get in
we
the
hop in
water.
the water.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Swimming over.
Sure.
I'm pulling ahead of everyone.
Except for Kill, I believe, right? Are you unaffected by swim speed?
No, I don't have a swim speed.
Oh, very interesting. I actually didn't know that.
I can hold my breath, but I don't have a swim speed.
Gotcha. So the three of you begin to wade into the water and just sort of casually begin to assume like a breaststroke or whatever. And Kaz just sort of like, as you get up to the shoreline, as the tide comes in, you follow the tide out and dive sort of into the shallow water and stay near the surface to the point where you just sort of, and then swim effortlessly.
Yeah.
And Kaz you see him not take off, but like in a much easier time that you all are having trying to fight this tide. It seems like it's almost as if Kaz follows and uses the tide to his advantage to swim ways out from you.
Damn, look at him.
He really is a sailor, isn't he?
He's so attractive.
Never tell him
whatever.
I said that.
He's all right.
So what are you guys doing?
We swim.
Do you see anything out there?
Where to? What are you doing?
I imagine I'm going along looking for some sort of alcove or something.
Okay. Make a perception check.
You
Yeah,
bet.
I did. Let's just say that I told him, or if not, I can tell them now about the sort of the grottos that I think might be here, and that both. Well, oh my God, I'm blanking on her name. Victoria? Something like that?
Who?
The Sapphire Dragonborn?
Lorelai.
Lorelai. Okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't
Victoria,
close, but
Lorelai.
it's a pretty name.
Victory is
Yeah.
the
Victory is the
tiefling.
tiefling at the end.
Well, I knew that. Yeah, I was just like, what's a pretty name? Victoria.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway, Lorelai mentioned that the grottos, I think, I had it from a different source. And then I think Samson also mentioned that
Samson mentioned that he found Coral's friend in some sort of underground or underwater cave grotto thing.
I'm looking around for people.
Okay,
Sounds
make a
alright.
perception check, sure.
Do I still make mine?
Yeah.
Natural 20.
Natural 20, good to know.
That's an 11.
11. You swim about Cassander and look around, and there is no sign of like a person anywhere per se. But as you're watching Kaz just sort of like swim and get a little up closer to the ridge line, Kaz, you look around. You don't necessarily like find anything in particular, like at where the tide sort of meets the sort of sheer cliff wall. You're not like affected and you're not slammed into the wall by any means, but you get up to it and you sort of like post yourself against it, and the water of the cerulean sort of crashes against you, not too forcefully, but you just sort of begin to like wade and make your way through. It seems to be just this sort of cliff's edge. You can see at some point that you move, as you look through and beyond, it wraps around and then begins to sort of come back down and meet at the shore, maybe 100 or so feet forward beyond, maybe like northwestward at this point, as you sort of curve around this point in the island. Cassander, as you watch him do this, you can kind of see at some point, almost as if you notice at some point he is at like the where the water meets the cliff. He has to sort of maneuver downward for a moment, and not necessarily go fully under, but he goes from a point to being mostly out of the water and then having to like shift downward to continue around, and then he comes back up. There's sort of a point where he like dips and goes back up. As you just sort of continue on, following like that, the feel of the earth as you just sort of continue further around, like trying to find something. So you don't necessarily, that doesn't register on you.
It's just a part of it. It's just
It's just like I have to,
whatever.
but you notice that there is a relatively deeper portion of where he's moving that he has to like sort of maneuver through.
Can I follow or try?
You can attempt to, sure. Because you are affected by the tides of the cerulean, I'm gonna need you to make a athletics check for me
Oh, that's gonna go so
to see if you can properly sort of meet the edge of the earth.
Yeah, I'm following close behind.
Okay, I need you to make an athletics check. Everybody make athletics check.
16.
16, okay.
Am I too?
No, you're fine.
Oh,
You're the only one who doesn't need to because you have a swim speed at
21.
this point. Or technically you're unaffected.
11.
11. 16,
21.
21, 20,
11.
11?
21.
21, 11. Kiss and Kill, you two sort of dive under and begin to make your way towards there. You can feel the tide urging you forward, but you sort of brace yourselves and you stop yourself in that sort of same area where Kaz sort of dipped under. Indigo, you feel the tide sort of move you forward to the point where you are unprepared for the might of the water, and it sort of slams you up against the wall. It doesn't necessarily hurt too bad, but you do suffer a little bit of bludgeoning damage. You suffer 1 point of bludgeoning damage as you, and it sort of stings just a little bit as the rough-hewn earth slams against your shoulder from the force of the cerulean tide. But the three of you sort of find yourselves where that deeper part of the earth around where Kaz was moving is. Kaz, you're just sort of, they're to your left a little bit, but you're just sort of peering around, like looking where the shoreline sort of continues. But you can see it like maybe 100 feet away.
I don't see anything interesting over there.
Not necessarily. I mean, you could continue down the shoreline if you went over there, but that's about it.
Alright, I turn back. I'm not really seeing anything over here.
Do you feel anything? Something, pulling you out?
I feel a little embarrassed that I came all the way over here and didn't find anything.
Alright.
Well, hey, don't be embarrassed. You had to check.
It's too late. I'm positively blushing. Look at me.
How
I'm all red.
how deep is the water here?
In this particular part, you sort of look down and sort of begin to feel with your feet a little bit, and you shift your hand down, and you can feel that there's a point where the sort of earth of the cliff should be there, but there is sort of like a missing, like it goes a little deeper and you feel down and it curves under, and it's almost as if there's like a little pocket there.
I just say, hey, I don't know if this is going to lead anywhere, but I can breathe underwater, so I'm going to check this out.
You breathe underwater.
Well, I can't really breathe underwater, but I can hold my breath a real long time.
Oh, alright, that makes more sense to me.
Go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, let's not get into
Oh, so
it.
wait,
All right.
there's something over there.
Well,
Should I come back?
maybe, I don't know. But it's under. It's
I'm gonna
down.
come back.
Do you want us to try to follow you?
And so I join up.
I wouldn't advise it, but it's up to you.
I'll come along. Why not?
Okay.
I think
You are quick.
I'll wait here.
I'll stay up with Indigo.
Okay. Who's coming along, Kaz?
Yep.
Okay. So you hold your breath, right?
Mhm.
How long can the two of you hold your breath?
It's like I think it's 2 minutes plus your Constitution modifier.
Minutes?
I thought it was just your con modifier in minutes.
Let's look it up.
I think it is something.
Well, if that was
plus
if that was
but-
plus 0, then you couldn't hold your breath at all.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, I think it's 1 or 2 minutes plus
Oh,
your
okay,
con
that makes
modifier.
sense.
It's 1 plus their
1
Constitution
plus
modifier.
con mod. That makes sense.
If they have negative Constitution modifier, it's 30 seconds.
30 seconds, sure.
So
pretty-
I've got 3 solid minutes.
3 minutes?
I'm pretty sure I can hold my breath for an hour. Yeah, I can hold my
Okay,
breath
yeah,
for
no
an hour.
problem.
It has nothing to do with water, actually. I can just hold my breath
Sure.
for an hour. So if I end up in the vacuum of space, I can
You're
hold my
good for
breath
an hour.
Yeah.
So the two of you, yes,
Can
Kaz.
I dash underwater?
I don't see why not.
So I can go. I can go 10 feet a second then.
Nice.
Yeah, basically.
I'm gonna be dashing under there.
Sure.
I think I do think there's a difference between having a swim speed and being unaffected by.
Yeah, you don't have a swim speed.
So I think it just means that you can't.
be deterred by water.
Yeah, maybe
Which
it might
one
have
do
something to do with breathing too. I'm not sure. Like if you have a swim speed, can you automatically breathe underwater? Okay.
It just means you swim X amount of
Yeah,
speed
okay.
rather than half your movement.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, that's true because you can have a different swim speed.
yeah, you can have an 80 swim speed and
Yeah.
a 20 walking. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? So, Kaz, you dip under along with Kill, and yeah, you begin to really maneuver. You get to a point, however, where you sort of duck under. You both realize that this is the pocket quickly turns into a tunnel, a small tunnel that moves towards into the earth. However, you are unable to dash forward because it gets small enough to the point where you're not swimming, you are pulling yourself
Okay.
by the sort of ridges of the torn earth around you. And you begin to sort of crawl through, and it gets to a point where it is very tight, especially for you.
Yeah.
You're able to squeeze through. I need you to make a strength check for me.
Can I use athletics or just straight strength?
Just straight strength.
13.
13. Yeah, you pull through, and you don't necessarily get to a point where like you struggle to break a stuck sort of situation at that point, but you do sort of find a moment where you're like, oh shit, and you pull through, and the two of you continue forward. And Kaz, eventually you get to the point where you start to feel that little burning in your chest. You feel like you have a solid minute left to go, but if this doesn't lead somewhere soon, you're getting to the point where it's the point of no return. Like if this doesn't lead somewhere soon, do you need some water?
No, I need less water.
Oh dear. No worries.
It's a good time to dry drown.
I do that
So
every
you are
time.
It's very thematic.
Yeah, he's choking.
I actually started to get
in the
anxious
game.
because I'm coughing and I'm visualizing being underwater.
Yeah, perfect. Good. This is
So-
really good character work.
Yeah.
Start waterboarding yourself. Please.
Yes, we're LARPing now.
Yeah, we're LARPing now.
Okay.
So
And you're drowning. Do it.
So, Kaz, you're at the point where you either need to make the choice to turn around if this does not empty out to somewhere soon, or hope that it empties out to somewhere soon.
Do I have any way where I could have like a decent guess if it's gonna empty out soon, or is it just like dark right now, basically?
Yeah, there's no light in here. You can see like 5 feet, 10 feet in front of you. You have dark vision, but that allows you to see 6 feet in dim light, and then I think only 10 feet in front of you in darkness. I think,
Probably.
not magical darkness.
Yeah.
So like there's no source of light or anything at the moment. It just seems like an underwater tunnel that leads deeper.
You know what? I don't think I could turn around and go past kill anyway. I don't think that's a maneuver that's gonna happen. So, if fucking Samson can get through here, which is what I'm betting, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to keep going.
Okay.
I am in no way responsible for Kaz's
Imminent
potential
death.
death.
Sure.
If this is what happens, this is what happens. Like this is.
I will take the ring off your finger if you die.
Well, I mean, I'll have a good amount of time. You don't drown. You don't suffocate that quickly.
You don't immediately die.
Yeah.
Although, I guess that is a matter of mechanical question is, at the end of that, is that you getting to the point where you drowned?
I
Or
don't know.
is that where you
I'll look it
start
I
drowning?
think you start
I think
taking
that's where you
damage.
would
or
start.
something.
that's what I would rule.
It's
Anyways.
quick, but it's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
that.
that's what I would rule.
Yeah.
So you continue forward, and you feel at the rough-hewn edges of this tunnel, and you pull yourself forward, every once in a while feeling a nick against the sharp edges of the rock. You pull through, you felt worse. You feel that burning in your chest, and you start to feel that held oxygen, and you get to the point where you are almost beginning to twitch until eventually you see just beyond you the slight glimmer of a light. And you pull, and you pull, and you frantically until you and you break the surface of some sort of. You look around, and there's a dim sort of orange glow around you, and there's a slight mist that sort of just sits atop this dank, wet cavern that you can hear a dripping of water from the ceiling, and you pull yourself out. You can feel the water wash against you as you sort of pop up with your head, and you see the same sort of situation around you, the mist sort of slightly obscuring the ground as the both of you sort of look around for a moment, and you can see this cavern is relatively large, not claustrophobic by any means. There are small little caverns and, for lack of a better term, hallways that seem to be either naturally or dug out into certain areas, but there's sort of like a center cavern that you look around in. And the both of you notice a little ways away, towards the end of the room, there's this large, flat slab that's sort of raised out of the earth, built into the earth itself, sort of as if it was just, for lack of a better term, erected out of the earth. It is fully flat, unlike any other surface or substance in this cavern. It almost resembles an altar, and you can see the source of the dull orange glow around here are two sconces just beyond it. All you hear around is the...
Can I ask a question?
What would you like to ask?
That, to me, it sounds like the same sound you were making when I was having that vision. Is that on purpose, or is just your best?
No, that is my best. That is my best usage of a water drip instead of a footstep. Sorry.
Just making sure that I'm not
That was very
now
good. I'm
where
glad
I
you
was
asked
in the
that.
dream.
Glad you asked that.
Because that would have been cool.
Yeah,
Feel
if I
free to
could, like-
retcon it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, see, you know what I mean?
Totally fair.
Much less menacing.
Yeah. You okay?
That just hurts after a while.
Yeah, I can't. Before I had a beard, I could do that. Now it's just
Why
sort
would
of.
you do that?
You okay, buddy? That was crazy.
I'm so fine. Everything's fine. And I'm just like flopped on the ground
Yeah.
right now, partially obscured by mist. I'm sure.
Yeah. Why don't you just shake that off for a minute?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna stay here for a minute.
Can I detect magic as a ritual?
Yeah, if you'd like to spend your minute.
Take a minute,
Sure. Kaz, you're just sort of taking a breather.
Taking a breather.
Sure.
The best name for it is.
You pluck a few bits of reagents off your shell and you crush a little bit of them into dust in your hand and you scatter it into the ground around you and begin to mutter your incantation. As you're prepping this spell, you begin to hear
Wow, this is so soothing. It's making me sleepy. You hearing that?
I assume so. I think so. Yeah.
make a perception check.
Oh, okay. That's an 8, baby.
8. Did you say, do you hear that out loud? Oh, yeah. Kaz, you just sort of sit up. You try to listen. All you hear is the dripping of the water from wherever.
Wait, you're talking about the dripping.
No, I hear that voice again. You don't hear that?
Spooky shit.
You heard it last night, right?
Yeah, I heard it last night.
Is that
What's it saying?
bring me the boy, same as last night? Is that you, C-Day? Is that a guess? He's pretty long-winded.
I can't hear what you're
I guess. I guess I'll abandon the ritual.
Okay.
We don't really have a mechanic for like doing a ritual while distracted, but I'm gonna assume that I'm just gonna be too curious.
If you're
to finish my
doing,
ritual,
if you're like going forward with something, you abandon the ritual.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I'll get up.
Okay.
And I'll just slowly walk forward, trying to keep my wits about me.
Okay.
I think at this point I'm standing up. I've got your back.
Sure.
Right?
All right.
And I pull out at least the long sword.
Oh, I'm gonna pull out my trusty guy,
Your Farseer scope?
my Farseer scope. I'm gonna activate the Farseer scope.
I believe you've used that today?
I used it last night
Last
in a
night
dream.
in the middle of the night, right?
Yeah, but it's a
You-
short rest. It recharges, so.
Oh.
That's nice.
So, I'm gonna rule that technically you haven't actually rested. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, you went back to
Yeah.
sleep. What am I
It's the
saying?
middle of the night.
You pull it out and you use it. No problem at all.
I used it in a dream.
Used it in the
I'm
dream,
assuming
which
that-
I would have if... Yes.
But then I actually did go back to bed anyway.
Yes,
so.
you did go back to bed anyways. No problem.
Okay. That's fair. I see where you're going.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That would have been cool.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that you're able to use it. So, you take out the Farseer scope, you sort of click it open, and you feel the activation of the item. And the two of you begin to move forward.
By the way, can I ask a quick sort of mechanics
Sure,
question?
go for it.
So I think the way it works raw is that if you have advantage on perception, that your passive gets a +5.
I'll allow it, sure.
I believe
So your
that's the way it
passive is
works.
now 22.
That's why I was asking.
Got it.
Holy shit.
Same with investigation. That basically all your passives go up by 5
Sure.
if you have advantage.
As you move forward, you sort of keep your eyes open. Your passive is 22. Is there anything that you are looking for in particular? Just sort of moving forward, just cautiously.
Yeah, I'm looking for. So there's that altar there.
Mhm.
The two sconces I don't think. Well, I don't know if I've seen like continual flame or something like that before, but basically I want to at least move up to the altar while sort of peering past it to see if I see any either people or source of the voice.
Sure. You begin to move closer, and you notice beyond the altar on the wall, there's a portion of the wall that is also entirely smooth and flat. And on the wall at this point that you can see as you move closer, there seems to be some sort of etching all down from almost the ceiling down to the floor and the smooth surface. Symbols and letters and whatnot.
This is me holding my sword. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract you.
Word.
Does it Does it look similar to the writings in the spell book that I'm holding, the tome?
It does not look like runic incantations for spells. No, it looks to be some sort of written language.
Got it.
What languages do you speak?
I speak Aquan.
Okay.
And because I speak Aquan, I should also be able to read Primordial.
Okay.
And I think that's it, actually.
Okay.
Let me double check.
Common.
And common, of course.
No,
yeah.
can't speak common.
I guess I speak
miming.
Aquan then.
No, of course. Yes, common. I think that is it.
I always struggle to find languages for some reason.
It's in feats and languages.
Back up in the oxygenated world, I'm gonna say,
Indigo, are you starting to get worried about them?
At this point, it's been about 5 minutes.
I'm sure they'll be fine. I'm sure they would.
They'd tell us if they drowned.
They've been down
Yes.
there a long time.
Well, Kill can breathe for quite a long time. It
Yeah,
sounds
but
like.
can Kaz?
Well, he's
Nope,
with.
he's a goner.
I think if something happened to Kaz, Kill would have come back and told us.
That's a great point. Okay.
Definitely would have done that.
Right. You didn't think we should go down there?
How are you at swimming?
Oh, pretty bad.
Me too.
Okay.
Yes. What languages do you speak?
I speak Common, Infernal, and Thieves' Cant.
I also know Druidic.
In your Druidic.
Yeah.
The two of you gaze upon this wall with these symbols and whatever. None of you are able to read this. The scrolling is twisted and chaotic and very oddly etched into this wall. There's no real like line by line situation. Everything sort of seems to be in like, I mean, you look on this and it looks like disarray. It doesn't necessarily look like chicken scratch. There seems to be something to it, but it doesn't look like a normal like line by line writing. It's just this weird collaboration of things.
I bet you this is fucking abyssal.
Why do you think that?
I don't know.
You know what? You happen to know what C-Day might, like what his like jam is, language-wise?
No. I don't really. I've only prayed to the guy once, and he granted me a little bit of power. It's really not that big of a.
Well, I didn't know if like
I would also argue that if you don't know stuff like that, you probably wouldn't know what abyssal looks like. You can make any assumption you want.
Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, I didn't roll. It's not an
No, sure, I'm
educated
just
guess
saying.
at all.
Just saying.
That's just Kaz being like, I bet this is fucking abyssal.
Sure.
I know Matt knows C-Day is a tiefling, but Kill certainly doesn't. So
I think I'm just guessing from the fact that it looks chaotic. I'm like, well, it's not celestial. I bet your celestial looks all fancy. Like, that's my whole reasoning.
obviously I don't pray to the pantheon, kind of the humanoid pantheon or whatever you want to call it. But would I know about like the outer planes? Like, is that something I would have ever heard of?
Yeah.
So
there are sort of slightly out of game, if you would remember from when Indigo was first introduced, there are many names for different members of the Pantheon. Indigo knew Octavian by a different name when Indigo was introduced to the story way back when.
Yeah.
So you've heard
I
of
remember
many
that was
things.
a very confusing moment.
Yeah, it was very confusing because you were like, I don't know what the fuck that is. But there are many gods that you know of. There's some that you pray to. You do not recognize the names of any of these gods of the Naledian crown or whatever. So,
because like obviously like Limbo is known for chaos, but I don't know that I would be like.
No, you probably wouldn't even have called it. Wouldn't really even call it Limbo. You'd probably just know it to be like, the
that place.
distorted realm or something like that. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Shit, I don't know what to
I
do
will
with
say
that.
out of game, I think Sal hates that I guessed it was abyssal because I'm fucking right. So
I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah, of course
all
not.
I'm going
I
to
know
say
you're not
is that you probably wouldn't even know that abyssal is a language.
Oh, fair enough.
Well,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason for you to know that that's like a thing. So it's just kind of like, I was kind of like, that seemed like a bit of a stretch, but okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Totally great point. I will say my very first interaction with him was me like trying to greet him in Abyssal, so he's heard the language before.
I wouldn't recognize the runes
Writing,
of it.
yeah.
No.
The language.
Well, yeah, but you also didn't say, oh, I thought you knew abyssal.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and so that's
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that-
you're like, oh God,
there would
I'm
be
so
no.
embarrassed.
Yeah, there would be no reason for you to have said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I guess
Just saying.
if I saw like.
Well, no, you
something-
said it. It's fine. I'm just
Okay.
saying. Yeah.
That's fair.
I just feel like I know that German exists as a language, you know. But it,
You do know that German exists. You don't know that whatever language Satan writes in exists, if that exists. So
fair
if I showed you
great-
something, you go, bet that's what Satan speaks like.
Pinocchio.
I'd be like, you don't even know that that's a
What
thing.
a
So when
sound.
you'd be like, that's German.
So in this,
Yes,
world,
it's German.
in
Yeah.
this world, infernal is like German, but abyssal is like
Infernal is the language that the native language of tieflings,
Right.
of devils,
Right.
and that is a known
So German.
thing.
But demon language is
Demon
not.
language is
So we
not
can all
a
agree
known-
Germans are from
I
hell.
mean, like, I'm sure some people know about it. I'm sure it's even studied at High Wreath, but
But they're-
Kaz
but they-
specifically would not even know that
that's,
exists.
That's
Okay.
very
Yeah.
true.
Totally
Actually,
fair.
my education.
But
is
would they
abysmal.
at least? I mean, would they at least be able to say like, "Oh, this is a language. Something is written here."
Yeah,
Or
like
does
I
it just-
said, like I said
It's like a
earlier,
weird
I
twisty
did mention
language,
that,
whatever.
but
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
That was metagaming. That was me as Garrett.
That's whatever.
saying
No worries.
something. Yeah.
Well, shit. You
That's
don't know.
what I figured it was.
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, if you don't know, I have no idea.
Well, do we have anything to write with? Maybe.
Not that's not wet.
Well, I've got this pocket of cigars. It's not wet.
Oh,
it's absolutely is.
I mean,
Oh fuck.
Forgot that was still happening.
what? Is that what it says on the wall there? Bring him to me.
Now, I need you both to make wisdom saving throws.
He said turn and return.
Turn and return.
Okay.
I don't
Well,
wanna
he
use that
said
back.
return. He wants us to come back. 25.
Wow.
11.
Kaz,
Yes.
you are filled with such a piercing sense of fear that you've only felt once before. And the last time you remember the next thing that happened, you woke up on the rocky shores of this island of Moor.
Not to be vindictive, but that'd be the third time then. I don't think I told you about it actually.
You did not.
Never mind. That's my bad.
No worries.
Noted.
The last time you felt it
Yes.
was when you... And this fear strikes you so suddenly and so viciously that without even an utterance, you back up and you turn and you run toward that bit of water. And with everything in you, you use everything that you have to get away from whatever this is. You swim as hard. Kill. You turn. He's fucking gone. He doesn't say anything. He dips immediately. You might have even, with your passive at this point, you might have heard. You definitely heard like a, and he just fucking goes. Doesn't say anything to you. You felt for a moment like a weird chill in your spine, but like it's like, oh, well, you feel that every once in a while here. Like it's just cold here. Like you shake it off.
Yeah.
Kaz, when you're about in the middle of this tunnel, as you begin to tunnel back, you reach that point again where it's sort of that halfway all or nothing. And that sense of overwhelming terror begins to subside to the point where you are able to recollect yourself, but you are still shaken by this.
Yeah.
You are halfway through. You can turn back, or you can continue forward to where Kiss and Indigo are. You are not repelled. Mechanically, I'm saying you're not repelled anymore, but it's not as if like
It's not as if I'm like, oh,
And I'm
I
fine
was
now.
just fucked up.
right. No, it's you.
It's
You
still- it's
are
still terrifying.
you are able to turn if you'd like, but you are in this moment. You find yourself again where you know if you keep going, you can make it, but you either have to go forward or go back.
Right. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw a d10. Evens, I go. Odds, I return.
Word.
Oh god.
That's evens. I'm going, baby.
Wow.
I don't want to fuck with that. That was scary.
That was scary, spooky, scary. So yeah, you continue forward and kill after about 2.5, 3 minutes pass, about the time it took you to get here. There's no sign of Kaz.
Yeah, and I would not have waited.
Oh,
to
that
see.
long? Okay, good.
Yeah,
All right,
I would
good
have. After he bolted, assuming that I didn't feel any like magical fear.
No, you just felt like a chill in your spine.
Yeah. Okay. I like kind of shake off the chill, and I because I know that he just bounced, I'm gonna a little more hurriedly now. I'm gonna run up to the altar and see if there's anything on it.
Make an investigation check with advantage.
Yeah. I rolled a 2 and a 3.
2 and a 3.
Yeah.
You
So,
hurriedly rush
4.
up to the altar, and you just sort of look around on it, and there's not necessarily anything that you can see that sort of sticks out on you. You still feel this sense of urgency and everything, so you just sort of do like a quick glance over. There's nothing that sort of, in this dim light, there's nothing that stands out to you.
Are there any objects on it?
There's no like, oh, this is clearly something, I'm just going to grab it. There doesn't seem to be anything that is like glaring out at you. It just sort of like, the slab is nothing really on it. There are the sconces behind you in the wall.
Okay.
That's really all that you're able to sort of discern in this moment of just like, okay, what the fuck is going on?
There are other hallways?
Yeah, a handful of different like cavern ways and whatnot.
So there's the main room, altar, sconces behind it, and that's it in the main room that I've seen. And, and the
then
writing on the wall.
The writing on the wall, and then there are many different, there's the mist sort of on the ground in general.
Okay.
And then there are many different, seemingly like maybe 5 or so different like pathways like outside of the main cavern.
Yeah. I think I just say, yeah, we're looking for the boy actually. You know where he might be, and I'm gonna start like wandering down one of the hallways.
Okay. Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
2.
You utter this, and you begin to walk, and you hear, "You have seen Emily. Turn and return." Nothing more so than that. You continue to move step by step down this cold, dank hallway, and you continue to hear the Kaz, you eventually come up break the surface of the water here at this point, and you see.
Oh my god, we
Kiss
were
and
so
Indigo.
worried.
Yeah, so
it's all right. I'm here.
Oh my god.
What was down there?
There was something fucking. All right, give me 1 second, and I'm just gonna like take a second to like catch my breath.
Where's Kill?
Kill, he's back there, I assume. Alright, so we came into this area. It was like a little underground cavern. It looked not man-made, but sculpted anyway. There was an altar, flat top, there were 2 sconces, mist-covered ground, caverns on either end, and I just got the fucking worst vibes of my fucking life, and I got out of there. I think Kill stayed because he doesn't read the room like I do.
Right.
Not wrong.
I'm like, it's just a dude with a bit of a raspy voice, you know.
Where is he?
That sounds really scary.
Yeah, I was not a huge fan. That's
No.
why I'm back here now.
No. Do you remember anything else?
Oh yeah, there was a wall back there that had some writing on it. Not that I would recognize. I have no idea what language it would be.
Oh. But you're sure it was language?
It was trying to convey something. It wasn't a drawing.
How strange.
Or it was a very strange drawing, I suppose.
How odd. What did it look like?
How bizarre. It was very chaotic. Just like very. I do my best to describe it, but I'm forgetting how it's described besides chaotic. It was very like.
Yeah, the chaotic in the sense of the markings and the symbols and everything seem to not have like a pattern in how they're written. Like there is no like like in the English language, like there are patterns to be witnessed in certain letters.
Yeah.
There are many different jagged things. There's not even like a line structure. It's sort of like just a macabre, or not macabre, a sort of amalgamation of like different like odd lines and odd angles and different symbols and whatnot.
It'd be more like Chinese or more like Arabic or neither.
Not even, because they follow a line structure. One of them is read
It was like,
right to left, but there is no like it is just a plethora of symbols. I mean,
Meaning
like
there's
I
not
understand
even
why
any,
by
like,
the individual
bounds. It's just like fucking like a Pollock painting.
yeah, kind of like a Pollock painting actually.
Yeah.
Now that you say that, that's a great way to
Like
describe
a Pollock painting.
it. You know, Jackson Pollock in our world.
Fantasy Jackson Pollock.
Yeah.
If it is a language, I actually might be able to read it. I think.
Do you speak a lot of languages?
Well, I've recently how do sorcerers just like, oh, I know a new spell now. Like, how does that work?
As you begin
I woke up
to
this morning and
use
I-
and develop, as you begin to use and develop the source of your magic over and over, you begin to become more attuned with that dormant power inside of you.
Okay.
And as you grow, you find new ways to loose that power within you. So this is something of your own sort of intuition that you feel that you are able to unlock now.
So I think I could cast a spell that would let me understand basically any language.
That seems
Really?
very convenient.
It does.
Is there a way? I mean, listen, it's very far down there. I can hold my breath for a decent bit. I don't know how long you can hold it, but I can barely do it.
I can hold my breath for a bit, but I can't swim very well. Is the only thing.
I mean, and this is something I was thinking on the way back. You said a lot of it's like crawling along, so my speed was probably like 30 the whole time, right? Or maybe even 15.
You were.
Because I wasn't really using.
No,
my
yeah,
swim
you were.
speed.
You are. Yes, you were not using your swim speed, so you were affected by what would have been the difficult terrain of this situation. So it took you 3 minutes. It would take the rest of them 3 minutes at the same speed. Yes.
Would it take a really small person 3 minutes?
Yeah, you're uncertain. You'd have to try.
I do have an idea. I could give this a try. If that's especially if what was Kill doing when you last saw him? Was he still there?
He was just standing there,
Fucking about.
Oh,
just just looking around at things.
that doesn't
And then the atrocious vibes happened, and I
right.
bolted.
Well, I mean, perhaps I should check on him, and if I can take a look at this writing, that might be good too.
I'll come with you.
You probably shouldn't kiss.
Why?
It's fucking spooky in there. It's not a good place to be.
I know you might think that I'm frightened easily, but I'm really not.
Well, I don't want to be alone.
Well, come with us then.
I really don't want to go back either.
Kiss, it's all right, thank you. But you stay with Kaz.
Did you forget my name?
There's a lot of K names, all right.
Yeah, there's a lot of-
Kiss, you stay with Kaz. I'm gonna go find Kill.
That's a great
Kill's a
choice.
Q name. Shut the fuck up.
That's a total name.
All right.
All
It's a
right.
proud, strong, total
Total
name
name. That's
that I actually made up.
If you get a chance to write down what you see on the wall.
Yes.
Well, no, you'll understand. it
I should
anyway.
hopefully. I mean, if it's not too long, I should hopefully remember it.
Right.
Right.
Oh, that's true. You'll never mind. You don't
really
have to
long.
write it down.
Anyways,
All right. I'll
Kill.
It's actually an epic poem written in a basement.
It's just Beowulf.
It's Beowulf. No, Kill.
I'll be back.
As you begin to walk through this corridor, you begin to hear a little bit more than the dripping of the water from somewhere around you.
It's a dope beat.
You begin to hear some sounds of shifting earth.
Do I feel vibration?
You don't. You hear from just above you.
Fuck. Look up.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. Oh shit.
Did they just show me the goat? Is that what just happened?
It's Lincoln. This is why I haven't seen him in so long.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
This dice is dope, but it's a little hard to read.
Cool. You feel an intense force of arcanum against you as you look up and you can see what seems to be the twisted form of sort of like half a torso and the hanging, dank, dark, deep green hair and piercing yellow eyes of this twisted body of a woman sort of looking directly back down at you as the hair covers her face, not entirely. And it's like the second half of her body is like attached to the ceiling as she's sort of holding her hands down at you.
I like jump back. I leap back. Do I recognize his face?
What's left for Dead Witch?
You do not.
Okay. Take a few steps back.
You see her torso now as she begins to move erratically. Her legs and her feet that are dug into the ceiling and twist around as she turns her body, as it almost seems to twist at her hips as it turns and the legs and the feet grip against the ceiling as she follows you.
Is it quick? Are you the voice I've been hearing this whole time?
Won't you bring the boy to me?
Just keep backing up. What do you need the boy for? This is clearly not natural, right?
It is. It is not natural.
Does this offend my sensitive sensibilities?
Mayhaps.
Yeah, mayhaps. As I'm backing up, I'd like to activate symbiotic entity.
Okay.
So I'm going to do that. And then I just say, can you just fucking stop for a minute?
Hey, I'm gonna cut it out.
Back up, motherfucker. You say that, and the bottom half of her body stops, and the top twists.
All right.
And her arms go from hanging to at her sides. You can see, it's almost though when she brings them in, you can see the joints of her shoulders pop back into place as she's just sort of there, and she hinges at her hips and switches from her legs that twist and turn again as they pop back into the sockets of her hips, and she turns her hands and grabs against the ceiling and then lets go and falls.
This is a normal humanoid body that's just contorted, right?
Seemingly.
Okay.
She seems to be covered in like these sort of tattered, waterlogged clothes. They're not necessarily anything of note. It's almost as if she's just wearing like rags and like a potato sack that is waterlogged and torn and drenched. And she just sort of crouches there on the ground and looks up at you through almost seaweed-like, greased, wet hair and piercing yellow eyes. And it's
exactly what Jenna looks like if she doesn't shower every day.
She stays on all fours on the ground.
It's a callback, chat.
Sideburn.
It's a callback.
She stays on all fours on the ground, and she moves slowly towards you, but in this twitching manner. In this sort of like, every once in a while, it's as if she should be in one place and isn't and is in another. And every movement, it's as if she just shifts around, but she continues to move slowly towards you, and she stops, and you can see her body sort of flicker and shiver as she stays put, and she just sort of looks up at you with wide, bright yellow eyes.
I've just been matching her pace as she walks, and when she stops, I also stop, just keeping like a I don't know, whatever distance would make sense at this point, having matched her pace up till now. And I just say, "What's your name?"
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
She's gonna say Lieutenant such and such.
Eric Stant. And she's Lieutenant Eric.
She is
I
Lieutenant
think-
Eric Stand, for sure.
18.
18. She looks up at you. Won't you help me?
I'll try. Just want to start with your name.
Brittany.
Do you remember it? Somebody write that down.
I'm on.
Desmua. All right, I'm Kill. How can I help you? You want the boy? What do you need the boy for? How will that help you?
He has brought something for me. And he needs help.
So you want me to bring him to you so you can help him? You do you know where he is? Well, I don't either.
You have seen him.
Yeah, I seen him. Yeah, it's good news. We're making progress. What did he bring you?
Something I've been missing.
Okay. Well, look, if I see him, I'll see what I can do. Okay? Because you want to help him. I want to help him too. Okay. Why don't you just relax? I'll come back.
Turn and return. Kill.
I just start taking steps back, keeping eye contact.
She begins to slowly stand, and you see her body sort of and she walks up to one of the walls, grabs onto it, and begins to climb back up to that sort of spot on the ceiling that you saw. And you hear as her body turns once again, and she hinges at her waist, looking back towards the depths of the cavern that you were going to walk towards. And as you back up, you see her torso turn around as she looks, as the hair drapes over her, and you can still see those glowing yellow eyes through that grease, wet, seaweed-like, tangled hair. And eventually, you hear as she disappears into the darkness beyond, as the mist sort of gathers around you, and you step back into the sort of main cavern of this underwater grotto.
How tall were the ceilings?
Not too tall. 15 feet, maybe.
Okay, tall enough that I might not notice, but not
Right.
hugely tall. Okay.
Was this whole interaction happening underwater, or is this an air pocket?
No, this is an air pocket.
Okay.
So I saw her scuttle deeper into the hallway.
Oh yeah.
I I do keep just stepping backwards. I keep kind of watching just to make sure that she doesn't come back my way.
Sure.
I don't know how far I made it down the hallway, but have I noticed any other of the writing anywhere other than the main chamber?
No.
Okay.
Not as far as you've seen, especially with that your perception, your passive perception. At
Oh,
this
yeah,
point. Yeah. No,
20
you don't. You don't.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'll make my way back out to the main cavern. I don't think I want to press my luck to go back to go down the. Is there just 2 hallways, or are there many?
There's like 5.
There's many. Okay. Yeah. So I'm not just gonna wander. I think. I will. So I don't know when Indigo will show up, but I will basically make my way back out to the water to leave. But on the way, I do want to just take basically one more look at the altar, just because on my way in I was feeling a little more frantic, maybe because Kaz had just run off. Now I feel like I'm probably safe because we had our moment. She left, so I'll take one more look at the altar on the way out.
Make an investigation check.
15.
15. At this point, you check in on it and you look, and there isn't anything on object-wise on the altar. You do notice there's a slight bit of staining of a dark red, almost brown, in certain portions on sort of like one of the corners of the altar.
Okay. Does it look like blood?
Looks like dried blood.
Yeah. Is this cavern, this main room, is it basically the same height as the?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
There might be a spot like in the middle where it's like a little
it's not
taller,
like
but
perfectly
yeah.
flat or anything. Yeah. It's a natural. This is a natural cavern, right?
Seemingly.
Even though the wall is sort of oddly perfectly
This
flat.
where the writings are on the wall, it is perfectly flat, like the altar.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I will just start to make my way out.
Sure. You begin to head into the water-drenched tunnel. And as you swim forward, you actually see, eventually, Indigo, as you're swimming forward, probably at the 2-minute mark, you see, at this point... Do you have dark vision?
I don't think I do, but if it's dark in there, I probably would have cast light
Oh,
beforehand.
okay. Yeah, okay. Then as you enter, you actually immediately begin to see light coming towards you.
Then I would just kind of like back out to see what this is now coming at me.
Sure. So you sort of swim backwards. You actually first attempt to turn, and you are actually too large to like turn around.
Yeah.
So you begin to slowly back out and out of the way. Eventually, Indigo, you see Kill like sort of like beginning to move backwards. You move at an even slower pace backwards. But you do see him.
Just cartoonishly withdraw into my shell and then come back out, but now I'm in the opposite direction.
I don't think that's how it works, but that's very funny. Eventually, do you continue all the way until you're back inside the cavern?
Yeah, because I don't want to run into this light not having any idea what it is. So
you see, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm seeing a glow in the distance...
Well, here's the thing.
Okay.
You can't turn around, right? So you're still looking at the glow.
Yeah.
As you're slowly moving, Indigo is making more gain on you,
progress.
so you
you're
do
probably
see
seeing it
Indigo
eventually.
at
I
some
see
point.
Indigo.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, by this point, do I think I'm pretty close to the cavern anyway?
You're probably, moving at this pace back, you're probably still like 45 seconds away from it. I mean, you only traveled forward for maybe like a minute and a half or whatever.
Okay. I'll kind of like make like a face at him.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I was like,
I need to go this way, or I will die.
All right. Yeah, I'll keep going backwards.
Okay.
Because plus, I'm not sure that he can get.
How long can you hold your breath, Indigo?
so my con modifier is +3, so that's 4 minutes.
Yeah, you're totally fine. Yeah, you back all the way back up into the cavern?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and just as we're like getting close to the surface of the water, like I would kind of try to catch him like as we're coming up, so that we like come up slow and I have a chance to like talk to him before he just like fucking bursts out.
Hello.
Sure, yeah, I would say you do so.
Yeah.
So the two of you slowly break the surface of the water.
So I kind of like grab him and I'm like, I'd just say, there's a really fucked up person in here. I mean, it's probably not their fault, and I don't mean to be rude, but they're really fucked up and pretty creepy. So, what's going on?
I heard there was some writing here. I think I may actually be able to read with some magic.
Oh, okay. I'll kind of stand guard. You just go quick.
I'll be quiet.
Okay.
Actually, yes. So I'll quietly get out of the water and go find the. Is the writing's on the wall?
Yep. Yeah. The writing is on the wall.
The writing's on the wall.
It sure is.
Yeah.
So as a subtle spell, so that I don't have to use verbal.
Okay.
Because you have to like shout when you cast a spell, right? So yeah, I'll do this as a subtle spell. Spending a sorcery point, and I'll cast Comprehend Languages.
Okay. I would like you to make a Wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh boy.
You begin to hear.
Is this versus Charm?
It's versus frightened, I think.
This is not a charm.
Okay. I will Tides of Chaos this.
Gotcha. So then I will say this Tides of Chaos is going to affect this casting of
Well, I'm doing
Oh,
Tides of
right.
Chaos on the save. I guess,
and then it will affect.
Okay, the save's happening before the cast. I gotcha.
Yes, it's
Fair
as you
enough.
begin to walk up, you feel this weird presence, and
Okay.
you begin to hear.
Fair enough. That's pretty good. I got a 18 on the save.
Okay. You feel a weird tingling sensation in the back of your neck, but you sort of shrug it off. You do hear that voice around you, and you cast Comprehend Languages. I need you to roll a D100.
Yes. Uh, 37
37.
is a real surge this time.
First time in a while.
That's very interesting.
I don't like that.
That's really interesting.
You can buy it for the next hour.
You... Kill, are you waiting by the water, or are you, like, following him up to the...
I was.
Kill, how far are you from it again?
Are
you in the line of sight?
I would say that I probably would have stayed pretty close to the water, but close enough. I would have stayed exactly as close as I would have needed to stay, so that I thought I could, like, head off something if this thing came running at him, so that I could like get in the fray.
15 feet, 10 feet.
Yeah, I mean, if I can move 30 feet in 6 seconds, then that seems like it'd probably be close enough. Like, I'm basically looking down that hallway.
Okay.
So I just don't know how big the room is.
It's relatively big.
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't take a second to be like, all right, let's figure this out.
Right.
It's relatively big. It's probably maybe like 50 to 60. You have no idea though, but like it's probably 50 to 60 maybe if you could just like ballpark real quick.
Yeah, my instinct would have been to stay at the edge of the water, but if he went like way up to the wall, I would have wanted to be a little bit closer, just so I could basically look down that hallway and make sure that something wasn't coming.
I mean, I'm basically just getting close enough that I potentially could read the writing if I get the spell off properly.
Yeah, so if you're not going all the way up to the wall, probably within like whatever 30 feet of you. If it's a 60-foot room.
Sure.
I don't know, whatever you think.
I think 30 feet's fine.
Feel free to fuck me up. I don't know.
You cast Comprehend Languages, but as you do, you knew in the back of your head, once you felt that odd presence, you affixed that arcanum inside you to protect yourself. And you knew that that comes at a cost. Or you know that that comes at a cost. And as you loose the spell, you feel the surge of arcanum overtake you and enchant yourself. And you can see, for just a moment, the scrollings etched into the smooth surface of the wall begin to make sense for just a moment until you feel a sense of dread. And a thought comes across your mind. He led you back in here.
Oh my god.
He trapped you in here. And you look over your shoulder, and you see Kill sort of crouched, looking just beyond you. Like he's preparing for something. and you feel a chill down your spine. And that chill that you once fought pierces through you. You have to get past him. You have to get back to your friends.
Okay. Do I... In this moment, do I fear Kill chasing after me once I get past him?
You fear Kill, period.
Okay.
For all intents and purposes, your being is solely devoted to getting away from Kill and getting to safety.
Okay.
Kill is the danger right now.
Okay.
You do not necessarily feel the need to lash out at him, but you feel the need to get away from him and get to safety.
Okay.
You okay, buddy?
So I'm going to, as another subtle spell, cast Suggestion on Kill. Kill, why don't you wait here?
I believe that's a wisdom save.
Let me double check.
Bad choice for Kill.
Yes, it's a wisdom save. DC is 13.
Okay.
And you say this out loud, right? Why
He
don't you
says
stay
this.
here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess it doesn't have to be a subtle spell, really, does it? Dude, all that would do is...
You don't have to do a subtle spell.
Okay, because all that does is make me so I don't have to use my cup or whatever.
Right.
So
26.
Okay.
He is unaffected by this,
Yeah.
but you hear him ask. I mean, he asks you this,
Yeah,
or says this.
Yeah, we're gonna go. You're just gonna read that there, and then we're gonna get out of here.
Again, he's trapping you here.
I'll cast invisibility,
Indigo disappears.
and I'll just go.
What the fuck?
Sure.
Every time I'm in a place, I need to be outside. This fucking sucks.
And you dip out.
Yeah, so he's just gone, right?
He
There you
disappears.
I mean, I'm probably gonna hear his footsteps because my
You can hear.
passive
Yeah,
perception is 22.
you can definitely hear his footsteps. You cannot see him.
Yeah, that's
You
fair.
look around. I will allow you to make a perception check with disadvantage.
Okay. Whatever that is. Okay. I mean, yeah, 24.
You can make a stealth check with advantage.
Um, 16.
16. Again, you don't see him. You hear his footsteps, and then you hear, and you turn. You see the movement of the water, and you have a pretty good assumption that all right, he's in the water now.
He ran past.
happened
Yeah.
here?
Oh, okay. Fuck. And then, yeah, I just leave.
Indigo, you get about to the point of halfway through, and that dread leaves you.
What the?
And you, this is different from, well, you wouldn't know this, but
Oh, the dread from the cavern has left me?
yes,
Okay.
that you felt as you feel it leave you, you're like, oh, fuck, and it seems to have been the residual effects of your Tides of Chaos.
Okay. So I no longer feel fear Kill.
You no longer fear Kill,
Okay.
and because you're familiar with your own magical surge,
Okay.
you're like, okay, that's what it was. It is halfway through, so either you turn and go back, or you continue forward.
Was I able to read the writing?
You were
do I-
not.
Okay. I guess I'll turn back.
As in to go back into the cavern?
Well,
you go out?
how long does comprehend languages last? Let me see. I guess I just cast again.
You should also think about the fact, like, do you think Indigo would think Kill is following him? Because
Yeah.
you've seen that he can't swim backwards
Right.
super fast.
I guess I'll. Well, yeah. Do I know that?
I mean, I would have been right behind him, so like realistically.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
basically stop, you turn for a moment, you can see. Well, actually, no, you'd have to recast light.
I don't see him.
You don't see him, you'd have to recast light.
Oh.
Or drop invisibility or something like that because you can't see.
Oh, because I'm invisible.
Yep.
Well, yes. If I get my senses back, I will drop invisibility.
Okay.
I'll look back. Do I see kill?
You don't see anything. You don't have dark vision. Do you cast
Oh,
light?
Is the light still not active? It lasts an hour.
Is it a concentration?
I don't know.
Cantrips usually.
Yeah, it actually kind of spreads.
It doesn't say
Cantrips can be
concentration.
Cantrips can definitely be.
Okay, well then I will say that it's not. That's fine.
Yeah,
Well, then your invisibility wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah,
at
you
all.
would have dropped
I'm saying
it.
you're recasting it. You cast
Oh,
it again,
fuck, okay.
and then Kill, you immediately, like, he reappears as lit up, and you're like, oh shit, and he's like basically right behind you, not like directly, but maybe like 10 feet behind you.
Okay, I'll kind of look back and be like, point back the way we came.
So, because you are halfway there, and it takes him 4th movement to move backwards, and he cannot turn around.
Yeah,
you
it's
also
not gonna
cannot
be
pass him.
Okay.
You can certainly try to get all the way through there, but you will begin to drown before you get there.
Okay.
You're gonna benefit because you probably wouldn't know that, but you're gonna benefit from the fact that I'm not gonna let. I'm sick of this shit.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be
And you're
like,
just
I'll be
like,
like,
nope.
yeah.
Okay.
Got
And
it.
I'll
Sure.
continue out of the tunnel.
Eventually, the two of them surface.
Oh my god.
As soon as we get out, I like shove you.
I'm
I'm like, come on, man.
I'm sorry. There was a.
We had a plan.
I know. I had a small whoopsie.
The vibes are atrocious, right? Absolutely awful.
Well, I don't know that it was. I don't know if it was the cave or if it was me. Something happened. I felt as though I couldn't trust you. I know that that's not true. I don't know.
I'm the most trustworthy person.
I know this. It was clearly some sort of magical bullshit.
You're all a bunch of babies. It can't be that bad.
It's pretty bad. I see what you mean about the vibes being. It is not
Absolutely
chill vibes at all down there.
Definitely not chill.
Okay, so you know that I'm not one to judge, right? You know, but there's a real fucked up person in there. Like, it looked. Yeah, you didn't see it either. Kaz saw. He ran. He ran.
You didn't
I did
see.
not
Oh,
Kaz
oh, he
well,
didn't
you
see
don't
either.
know. You
Oh,
don't
that's
know
right.
if you
Yeah.
saw or not, but
Oh, you didn't see?
No, the vibes are just so awful. I was like, something's gonna fucking jump out.
Oh,
and
shit.
I bolted.
Well, if you ran and you didn't even see her,
Yeah, that's how awful the vibes are.
okay. Let's get out of the water and then I'll tell you about it. We're not going back in there right now, I don't think. Well, okay, I'll tell you, whatever the fuck.
I mean, if we really want to read that writing, I could try one more time.
Well, by all means, go for it.
I'm the only person
I don't know if I
me.
want to. If there's a creepy lady in there, I don't know if I want to.
You're small, tiny little lungs. I can barely make
No,
it.
but that's what I'm saying. You said it was a small, little, tight cavern, right? That's
Well-
probably the reason you're going so slow. I'll go quick.
You have tiny little lungs.
I can live.
Okay,
Well,
mechanically.
what did this woman say? Anything? What happened?
Why
Yeah.
is she scary?
Okay, her name is Desmua. Did I remember that? I know I asked you to write it down,
Desmua.
but yeah, Desmua.
Desmua.
Moa.
Desmua.
He said it like 3 times.
can't
Listen to the
Desmua.
DM.
I'm hard of hearing.
Her name is Desmua.
This Moa wants the.
I don't know exactly what she used to be, but she ain't what she used to be anymore. She's got she could have been human, right? In terms of size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely not any different from like
She clearly
a
wasn't like
young
halfling
woman
or
size.
gnome. Like she was.
Not that you can tell.
Yeah. She could have been human. I don't know.
Could have been an elf. Like I mean,
Could have been an elf. Right. Yeah. But roughly like, human size. Could have been a human. But her limbs are all kinds of fucked up, and the way that she moves is unnatural, and she's got bright yellow eyes, and kind of like her hair is sort of like green and from the sea. I mean, she.
Sounds like Jen though. She doesn't shower for a couple
Well,
days.
no, but yeah, it does kind of sound like.
so fucked. That's so funny.
It seems worse because they don't have the reference.
They don't
where I
have- they don't
pulled it
get it,
from.
yeah, yeah.
Anyway,
I don't think I have the reference. I just.
Okay, listen to me. This is serious shit.
Right.
Okay,
Who's Jenna?
y'all heard the voice. Y'all heard the voice in the graveyard last night, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it was Desmua's voice.
Oh.
Now, how we heard it in the graveyard from here, I don't know, but she is obviously got some abilities that we don't fully comprehend, and she wants. She kept saying that she wants us to bring Samson to her.
So Samson is the boy, do we think?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. But the thing is, yeah, because last night, before you guys got out there, Samson was fucking with this book, and that's when I started to hear the voice at first. But the thing is, he was panicking, and he was, really scared, and so I just tried to kind of take him in my arms and comfort him, And thank you. But as soon as I did that, the voice kind of kicked into overdrive and was saying, "Give me back the boy." So it's got to be him. And so she feels this sort of, well, I don't know if it's possession, because she's saying that he brought her something and now she wants to help him. I couldn't get out of her what he brought her or how she was about to help him, but
I don't think that's good.
I don't know. And clearly she scared the piss out of this guy before he even saw her.
It was a tactical retreat. Let's make that clear.
Yeah, it was tactical.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
And I don't know. Anyway, I seem to be sort of immune to whatever she was doing, but she was unnerving, to say the least. I was at least able to kind of get her to chill out long enough to give me the name, her name and kind of what she wanted. But
I mean, you talk to her. How bad could she be?
Yeah, I think I got the sense she's got a bit of a hair trigger, that one.
Yeah.
She sounds terrifying, but I'm also kind of obsessed with her, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
I think I might stan her.
I fantasy.
I literally don't know what that means.
I don't know either.
No.
This feels right.
Because Eminem's song "Stand."
We'll talk about this later.
Sorry,
We'll talk about it later.
Let's just wrap it up.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go in there, by all means.
I don't know. I mean, it sound a bit dangerous. Unless we really want to know what that writing says. I don't know that I.
Shied away from danger.
Realistically, I think she'd rather just scare you off than hurt you, but it might be a little tedious for the audience. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it might be a little tedious for the halfling who's been sitting here for 2 hours.
Well,
Let me go back to the chapel.
It sounds as if Samson's not here, and it sounds as though we have maybe other pressing things to look into.
No, he ain't here now.
Well,
that's like her whole thing. She's pissed that he's not here.
The writing, it wasn't just a few characters. It was a lot.
It was like almost top to bottom on the wall.
Relatively small.
Yeah,
almost like somebody went up and chiseled characters. Yeah. There was a lot of writing in there. I think you're gonna need more than a second to read it.
Well, this spell lasts for an hour.
Yeah, but she ain't gonna give you no hour.
Yeah.
She didn't even give you what? She gave you 5 seconds last time.
If we went as a team, we could distract her.
Cassandra, I realize that you are probably feeling like you're not being a contributing member of this team right now.
It's just because you're a woman.
But
women are less than. Totally kidding. I'm sorry.
Cassandra slugs you in the face.
Totally kidding. It's my bad. I'm sorry. I can't stand a serious moment.
Take 3 points of damage.
Fair enough.
That's funny.
Good on you. But going in there and getting yourself drowned ain't gonna help. You got a strategy on how you're gonna get in there?
No.
Because
Yes.
this guy, he barely made it. I watched him. He made it. I was impressed. Don't get me wrong, but I don't.
Who's the best swimmer in the group?
Well, I think he is, but I can hold my breath. That's what I got going for me.
Somebody tie a rope to yourself, tie the other end to me, and pull me in. I'm not very fast, but I don't have to be if someone else is
Well,
fast.
so you're gonna start drowning halfway through. We'll get you up and you'll be spewing seawater.
Not if you're fast.
Salt water. I think would be better. It's not about speed. I don't think we can go much faster than that because it's a confined space. It's about how long can you hold your breath.
I just don't like being left out.
No, I get it. I mean, as curious as I am to know what this whole deal is, I think we still have to we have to go talk to the more folk.
Yes.
And we don't know where Samson is, and there's the business with Maiwen. I think that we have other things more important that we should probably be focusing on.
And hey, now we got a name. Maybe you can, Pray on that, or whatever it is you do.
I don't pray.
Well, you get little insights,
Yeah.
and we can ask, Mother Alessandra. Maybe it's a name that she might
maybe
know.
She knows something about
Maybe
this
the
woman.
Mormon know.
Yeah, we got something
Yes.
going now.
That's true.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Alright, I'm sorry. I don't mean to parent.
that's okay. Let's get out of the water. You're getting all wrinkly.
Yeah.
It's pretty gross, actually.
I'll dry everyone off.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
As you reemerge on the rocky shores of the island of Moor, sort of dry yourselves off via the aid of indigo, this sort of unnerving sense that you are being watched washes over the four of you. And you turn back out to the sea, and you swear you hear the wind blow by you. And each of you hears, "Return." And we will pick up there in 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Well, now we gotta go back.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. Hopefully we weren't too spooky, but I was very much so looking forward to that moment. So I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did.
Jenna was
Jenna was pooping. That was crazy. It stinks in here.
Did a kill.
Yeah. But thanks for sticking around with us. We went the promised 4 hours, which is awesome. I'm so excited to bring. I'm gonna stop that music. I'm so excited to bring this story to you all. And I hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. Like I said, we are not going to be returning to our regularly scheduled Great Naledian Crown programming until January 19th. Next week, we will still be going live. We will still be playing Dungeons & Dragons, but we are going to be playing a nice little Christmas one-shot. So it'll be a nice little break from this type of vibe. But Jenna will be DMing for us. She'll be in my seat, and I will be in one of the players' seats playing some ridiculous character that I've thought up in my head. So please join us for that. It'll be tons and tons of fun. But yeah, hopefully if you were new and you stuck around and you hopped into the Discord, throw us some questions in our questions thread and everything. That'd be wonderful. We'd love to chit chat with you and everything like that. We may or may not be too active right after the show. We like to just sort of like kick back and speak, have a drink, talk and stuff. But we're gonna be we're always active in the Discord all the time. So feel free to say hi to us, all that stuff. Follow us on all our socials that we mentioned, and
celebrate Christmas D&D with us next week.
yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. So
12 months earlier, just a couple weeks late.
Exactly.
Grab your eggnog, throw some whiskey in it.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Curl up by the fire and hang out with me. I'll be in chat.
Hell yeah, Matt'll be in chat. So we'll see you then. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Take it easy. Good shit, everybody. Wow, what a fucking time to be alive, huh?